Hi, GC.
Hey Melly, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Got a bit of a headache, but I'm doing well.
Well, I appreciate you doing the show anyway.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Now I didn't get to see the clips, but from the little bit I seen on the one woman who called herself the White Meg the Stallion, I want to go over that because there's a lot to unpack there. What I want to do is I want to talk about what we call black,
Mhm.
essentially.
Mhm.
Like when a white woman decides that she wants to be black, she chooses Meg the Stallion of all people to emulate. She didn't choose like where is the white Angela Bassett, I wonder.
There is
Like where is the white Felicia Rashad, I wonder.
there is none.
Yeah, exactly. So it's oh man, that really well let's wait. Let's wait out because I want to share my thoughts on it as I watch the video.
Okay.
After the first 30 seconds, it'll be my first time watching it. But the moment I seen it, I was like, okay, this, yeah, I can't wait to cover this.
Yeah, I was like in disbelief. Like I was like, is she kidding me right
Yeah,
now? Like it was like kind of unbelievable how she was acting.
yeah, yeah. And trust me, I only seen 30 seconds, so I'm curious to see the rest. You have it queued up?
Right, I have it queued up. You ready?
Yeah.
Let's get this started. But
All right.
you want to say hi to the chat before we start, GC?
Nah. Fuck, nah.
He said, "Nah, f that." All right, well, let me just say hi then, since GC don't want to do it. Let me give a shout out to the people in the chat. We have who do we have here? It says is screen. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you still see me? Because it's saying it was blocked or something. Can you still see me?
Nah, I see you, but I'm looking on StreamYard. Let me see. Let me see if I see your video.
Yeah, it's so weird. Anyway, let me give a shout out to the chat. Thanks everybody for coming. I always appreciate it. We have Culture Invasion Podcast. Salute to you. Peace. Thanks for coming. We have Zero, the Infinite Renewed. Shout out to you. Thanks for coming. We have, of course, yours. I was gonna say yours truly, like it was me, but your boy, Killer Swag 216. He says, hit the like button on the way in. So make sure you guys do that. Don't let me down. Do not let me down. But salute to you. We have hmm, we have Water Sniper. Hi, Water Sniper. Thanks for coming. Chris G says hit the like button on the way in. Make sure you do that. Hustler and Muscular, salute. And we have 1D Forever. He says, hey Melody, hey Game Changer. Why hello. Okay, let's get it started. Fair use, guys. Let me share the screen. Um, where is it? Oh, here we go. Can you see the screen?
Yeah.
Okay, let me pull up the fair use thing that we have. 1 second. Let me get that queued up. See, I'm so used to swag doing this that when I go to do it, I gotta actually look through it. It's all right. We're gonna say it. Fair use, fair use, fair use.
Hello? Your
Hi.
name Megan Thee Stallion?
Yep, the white stallion.
She the white Megan Thee Stallion. We got to see this.
Uh, I
Okay,
wasn't
so you the
expecting to
white
get
Meg
picked.
Thee Stallion.
Yes.
Well, I can't wait till we get to the Kendra can. Where you
Oh
calling
my
me from,
goodness.
baby?
Okay, what was the question? I'm sorry.
I said, where you calling me from?
Oh, Houston, Texas.
Houston.
Mm-hmm.
Megan, how old? Oh, Megan's from Houston too.
Mm-hmm. That's why I said I'm the white stallion.
Let's get to it early. Let's do the Kendrick can because Megan's Stallion because she the Stallion because of the fox.
Okay. Pause it for a second.
The white Stallion.
The white stallion.
I'm
Okay,
coming. Okay.
All right. I will say her body is in better shape than her face. Her face is fatter than her body. Um, but I think that she put white on it to make it seem better.
Hmm.
Like, this is the white version of something, therefore it's innately better.
I see what you mean. It's a
Megan the White Stallion, like it's white. Just
if
saying.
it's white, it gotta be right.
And she has a neck tattoo as they're pointing out in the chat. And yeah, it looks like a dude's face, a dude with afro face. I can't make it out, but yeah.
Oh yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I think it's well. Let's watch a little further because I think she does say like what it is or what it
Okay.
represents, whatever. All right, so fair use.
Megan Stallion.
Hold on, let me.
She said, "Let me start." Woo! Okay. All right. Now all the girls.
All right, let me
Yeah, I say from Houston too.
All right, so honestly, she looked like she was a fat girl that got a BBL. Like from
Well,
the
I think that she might have gotten like lipo or something because
yes,
it's not really her face is disproportionate. So yeah, it looks like she probably got lipo and removed the fat from her body, but you know that's it.
yeah, like her face, her arms and face is fat. So you can tell by her arms and face that she's naturally a fat girl that just got, like you said, the liposuction, and maybe she got her booty lifted a little because it kind of did like poke out a little too much for, I hate to say this, but for a white girl, that booty poked out too perfectly. But it's like her legs and her arms and her face just don't match. So,
Yeah, or she could just be one of those like mutant people, but yeah, it's more likely that she had work done in certain
mhm,
areas and didn't in other areas.
definitely, I agree with that. But all right, guys, fair use.
So that body be homegrown in Houston, child. All right.
Me and my
Megan?
homeboy were just watching the show, and he was like floored about the gentleman who was just on here. I did not think I was gonna get picked, so I'm flattered.
You are here. What's your name, babe? I mean, you got me that, Megan. How old are you?
38.
Oh, you look younger than 38.
Thank you.
What you do for a living?
Gotta pause that. Okay, so in my opinion, she does not look younger than 38. That's just my opinion. What
Well,
about you?
yeah. I mean, I think it's the body thing, but not younger in the sense that she looks younger. However, she looks less mature than a 38-year-old would be.
Hmm. That's probably what it is. Like the way she acts is younger than
Yeah,
actually what
exactly.
she look like. Because to me, she looks 38. She don't
Well,
look.
I mean, it's not many 38-year-olds that would call themselves the white Meg the Stallion. So I think that's what,
That's what it is. Yeah, it
I mean,
gotta
you
be
expect behavior like that from someone in their 20s.
right. Not close to 40.
Yeah.
Fair use.
Own 2 tax offices. I work. I go to school.
Girl, you got a lot of tattoos. How many tattoos you have?
Too many to count.
Too many. Okay. So you said Megan, 38. So you own tax companies?
Mm-hmm. 2 tax offices. I own my own tax software.
2 tax companies. You have any children?
I do. I have 3, 19, 12, and 10, and I'm a grandma.
Your 19-year-old had a baby?
I have yes.
Okay. Are all your kids by the same man?
Mm-hmm.
They are. Why not? Did y'all ever get married?
Yep. We were together 18 years.
When did you get divorced?
2018.
2018. So this is Megan, the white Megan Thee Stallion.
The white stallion.
The white
Wait, pause it.
stallion. The white stallion. 38. What's your zodiac sign?
Pisces.
The oldest kid is 19. but they've been together 18 years.
Yeah, I did peep that, and she said they're all from the same guy. It makes no sense.
Yeah, something is off. I mean, maybe
Mhm.
she was married for 18 years.
Yeah, maybe she meant that because when I first saw it, I was like, wait a minute, the math ain't mathing.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
what's going on here? I said the same thing, GC.
Okay.
All right.
So Megan, 38, Pisces, owns her own tax companies, was once married, 3 children, Houston. Kind of man you looking for a boat?
Uh, I hate to say, they have to be kind of gangster.
Ah,
They got to be street. They can't be like square.
Why you want a street guy and not a good cut, clean man?
I just how grew up. I had a hard life. I've been through a lot in my life. A lot. I've came a long way to be where I'm at right now. But I feel like somebody who's not street wouldn't like understand, where I came from or my struggle or why I am the way I am.
Okay.
Hmm.
So
pause it.
street. Okay, what's the definition of street?
All right, fellas, when a chick says stuff like that, you got to ask yourself, do you really want that? Do you, I mean, and I'm not talking about her physical appearance. Let's just put like a old Jessica Alba look about her. And would you want somebody who said what she just said? Because essentially what she's saying is, I want somebody who's conditioned to put up with my crap.
Yeah, that's exactly what she's saying.
Like she's like, okay, I want somebody who understands me, understands why I am the way that I am. It's like, you should be growing into a better person, not just being what you are. I am
I
what I
mean,
am. Like, I mean, people, you grow into a better person. You don't just stay what you are, especially when what you are is intolerable to everybody but street people.
right. And they're saying it in the chat. She's way too old for that. She's pushing 40. She talking like she's still like between 18 and 20, 18 and 24. Like, I want a hood dude. Like, it reminds me of Beyonce when she made the song Soldier, when she
Yeah,
was like in her
exactly.
early 20s. Like, that's what a young girl would want. I want a hustler. I want this. I want that. But she's almost 40. She should want to settle down with a man that's doing the right thing. Like,
Exactly.
that's
She's
crazy.
focused too much on where she came from and not where she's going. She's like, someone who understands where I came from, or it's like, okay, that's fine. You came from a certain place, but where are you going? Like, you're in a garage now, but where are you going? Is the question. But yeah, so I mean, but once again, the question is, do you really want that? Like, I mean, is it really worth complaining about chicks like this that look for street dudes? Because at the end of the day, you wouldn't take a girl like this seriously, no matter what she looked like.
No, you want, and this is
And
a
and the
good.
reason why she wants that is because she knows that certain guys wouldn't take her seriously.
Hmm. She actually, like, to me, she's a side piece at best, or a hit it and quit it. Like, I don't see her as a wife at all.
Yeah.
And she's a grandma. She said she's a grandma of three. Is that what she said?
No, she's a mother of three,
A mother of
but she's
three
probably a
and a
grandmother of one.
grandmother of
Yeah.
one. So even like, I bet you her 19-year-old is not even married, the one with the baby, because it's like she see how her mother is, so she probably did the same thing, followed in her footsteps.
Yeah, it's a culture that they try to sustain. They try to pass it down from generation to generation. Hopefully, it's
Mhm.
under different circumstances, though.
Let's
But
hope
I
so.
mean, she got married, so at least you know. I mean, I don't know
Oh,
what after 18 years of marriage would cause somebody to get, a divorce after that.
yeah.
I really
Hmm.
don't. But after 18 years and 3 kids, like, okay, I'm gonna get a divorce. I'm gonna get lipo, and I'm gonna go on the Kendra G show.
And find another man, another hood ghetto gangster man.
Oh, you know something? He probably aged out of the streets.
Mm, I get what you're saying. Like he probably grew up and she still don't want to grow up. She want to stay the same.
Yeah, because I mean,
Mm,
it's not. I mean, assuming he's the same age, I mean, he'd have to be if he married her younger. He would be like a 40-year-old dude, like,
mhm.
yeah, I'm still repping my set, which don't really look so cool. I mean, this is it looks kind of weird at a certain age. So yeah, yeah, it could be that like he grew up, or society forced him to grow up.
Yeah, probably went to jail and that was it. I mean, he probably was like, "Look, I can't do this anymore."
Yeah.
Crazy. Wow. All right, guys. Fair use.
Because my definition of street is maybe legal activities. Is that what you mean?
That too.
You down for it? Yeah, right, a dot. Was your ex-husband, a street guy? All right, she's making it clear. She don't want no 9 to 5 blue collar.
No,
Oh,
I'm just saying he can be that, but he has to have came from a similar background.
oh,
Because
okay.
I mean, I'm straight now too. Like I have my own business. I don't, do anything illegal anymore. But like I have to, you know, somebody has to understand, like the struggle.
Don't do anything illegal anymore. Key
I
word.
don't. Keyword.
Anymore. All right. So what's your deal breakers?
Um, I don't care about kids or baby mamas. I'm really like kind of confident. I'm really her, so I bring a lot to the table. um, I just I just want somebody. Will y'all judge me if I say they have to be African American?
Say what you want to say. Say, but you went
Oh
out.
my
So say
God.
She said that like they didn't know. Like we all already knew he was gonna be African American.
Well,
I
yeah.
already knew that. She didn't
Well,
have to say that.
no, it's obvious, and it's also it's obvious in so many different ways because she didn't say like a trailer park dude or like a motorcycle guy, one of those white motorcycle gangs that like Hell's Angels and stuff. She
Mhm.
didn't really say anything like that. So she made it when they say street, that's what they pretty much mean.
She
And
want a
also,
soldier.
say that again.
I said she want a soldier.
Yeah, yeah, essentially, is what she's looking for, which
Mm.
I guess is her right, but once again, I mean, it's sad that guys who are about that life are really like stuck with women like this.
Mhm. It's really sad.
Yeah.
I mean, she literally want a Pookie and Ray Ray. Literally.
Yeah. Yeah.
She
I mean, trust me, it's her right, but I'm just saying it's not really too much benefit to Pookie or Ray Ray. She's not, okay, put it like this. I don't think Kelly Stamps is saying the same thing she's saying.
Mhm.
So, in fact, I don't even know if Kelly Stamps would mess with a Pookie Ray Ray. So if you're a young man and you had a choice, be Pookie Ray Ray and then have a mating selection full of women like this, or not be a Pookie Ray Ray and have a better chance with the Kelly Step type women, then that's where you're at. And
Mhm.
a lot of guys come to the space and they complain like, all the women want Pookie Ray Ray. It's like not all the women, it's women like this. And, you know, like, can you really blame them? And like at the end of the day, can you really blame a woman like this for wanting a guy like that?
No, but Leo said it the best. He said she knows ninjas, they got the lowest standards. And that's something that you and I always spoke of, how black men are take the lowest of the low. They'll take other races trash
Right.
and make them treasure. Like we already spoke about that and this proves it. That's true.
Well, yeah, you definitely get the better deal. Women like this definitely get a better deal with a black man than any other group of men. Which is sad for a black man. But yeah, it's because if she were to, because essentially what she's doing right now is she's competing with black women who tend to be fatter than her face would suggest, and
Mhm.
more obnoxious than her personality is. So when you're dealing in that cohort, it's less competition. It's easier for her to go to the hood and stand at the corner of a 7-Eleven and wait for the guy who's selling bootleg DVDs of Blue Beetle to hit on her than it would be for her to go to a white sorority party. She'd be
Mhm.
invisible there.
Oh
So
yeah.
yeah,
Josh says she likes what she likes. I
no, she
think
does.
she likes what she can get. Because if
But
she
she
can
likes
get
what
what,
likes her.
I guess, yeah.
Not only do these guys like her, they and I know that these guys do because it happened to me before, something like this. And well, not something like so. A guy, he was a neighbor's friend, and he used to come to my neighbor's house all the time. And then I got cool with him and stuff, and he was like, "AGC, um, let's go pick up these chicks and take them back to the house." I was like, "What they look like, man?" And I didn't know this dude very well, and I didn't know his standards. I knew that he had a daughter, and I seen the mother of that daughter come pick him up. The daughter was very attractive, as far as cute. I shouldn't say attractive, but the daughter was very cute. And so I assumed that the mother would be attractive, but the mother was big. Now, I didn't really think anything of it because the mother, of course, just had that child. So much like what's her Brienne. So I didn't really think anything of it at that stage. Like, okay, she probably just didn't lose the baby weight. But he he said that he had hook up on some girls, but he didn't have a car. He was Pookie adjacent, so I was like, okay, well, I'll take you there.
Jason.
And he was like, yeah, they bad though, they bad. I was like, for real? I was like, okay, took his word for it. And then I went, and it was two very fat white girls, and I was like, this is what he calls bad. This is horrible. Now, something about me, I don't know if I told you this privately or I said on my show before, but I don't like big girls in my car or big people in my car because what happens is there's hills where I live, and you know
Go.
yeah, so you get where I'm going with this.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's always like a slight slope or a slight hill where I live. So you it's a strain on the transmission to drive them around, to haul them, so I would prefer not to. But my point is that his perception of her was heightened. The only thing I could think of, that because he called them, he not only said, he didn't just say that they were you know available, that they were down for whatever or something like that. That wasn't his selling point. His selling point was that they were bad. I was like, well, the only reason I could think that he would call them bad is that they're white. They were white, but like they weren't like the good white. They weren't like the ones that be in the gym in front of me white, with the ponytail that goes from side to side, and they always outlast me in the gym on the treadmill at least. Like it wasn't one of those type of whites. It wasn't one of those kale white people. It wasn't one of those Starbucks white people. No, this was something. It wasn't a Coachella white chick. It wasn't a sorority white chick. This was something bad. And that is the type that mess with um Pookie. Somebody say I see fat white women with white dudes as well. Yeah. Yeah.
Josh is white. So
No,
Josh, explain that. What you mean? Because I see. Let's be honest. Because we're really cool, Josh. You come, you support. Do you see more fat white women with black men, or do you see more with white men? Let's be honest. Like I don't know where you're from, but when where I'm from, black men don't get the cream of the crop. White women, they get the bottom of the barrel. So I mean, I guess it depends on where you're from. You
Well,
know.
I mean, it's inevitable. First of all, I mean, Josh, we would have to clarify, because um, typically the man is fat too. Now, I should have made this clear in my story. He's not fat. The dude I was, the dude I was hanging out with, he's not fat, and nor am I. So it's definitely a mismatch that you don't really see amongst white on white couples, where the woman is fat. Typically, in situations like that, these trailer park situations are more akin to the Roseanne type relationships, where you have a big man and a big woman, and they have regular sized kids that will eventually become big. Like, I mean, those situations, yeah, I do see, but outside of that, I do see some Fred Flintstone or Homer Simpson situations where, the man is big and the woman is small. But rarely do I see like a dude that looks like he knows what a dumbbell is and he knows what a crunch is, with a woman who thinks that a crunch is a candy bar. Like,
Exactly. He don't. You barely see that.
yeah.
Like, oh, Leo's from Jersey, and he's being honest. He said in Newark, black men get them fat white women on Section 8. That is facts.
Hmm.
And the thing is this is Pookies and Ray Rays that get those type of women because they themselves don't have anywhere to live. So they pretty much get a woman with money or one that's on Section 8. That way they can live off of them. I see that all the time as well.
Yeah, a lot of women do that, and they do that to regular guys too. Um, they do that to regular guys. It is very difficult to for a guy who is not about that life. Um, and when I say about that life, I'm not talking about street life. I'm talking about Section 8 life and things like that. Even if she likes you, and I have been in situations where that was the case, it is very difficult to establish a relationship with them, because it becomes a matter of who pays attention to whom, or excuse me, who lives with whom. like Later in life, it becomes like, okay, is she going to move in with you? Well, if she moves in with you, then she loses her Section 8, and she's on the back of the list. So if something doesn't work out, then she's homeless, and she don't want to take that risk. Now if you move in with her, then it's, you're in that situation. She could kick you out at any time, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it's very difficult to get a person to really establish anything with a woman who's on Section 8. It is.
It really is.
Unless once again you are that type of dude, and street dudes are adept at that. You know, they
Yeah, street dudes. I think a lot of women like her, like Megan, like street dudes because of the fast money that comes in. A lot of the hood chicks want fast money. They don't want to have to, work. They don't want to work hard for their money. They want that money coming in, coming in. That way they can go shopping, go on vacation. That's the type of dudes these women like. And I
um
used to see it all the time growing up.
well, I disagree, and the reason why I disagree, and you I think you've seen something different growing up. um the reason why I disagree is because there isn't that much money in it, and there hasn't been since you were born. um and you were born in the 90s. So, yeah. So, I'm old enough to see the money come, and I seen the money go. And I mean, don't get me wrong, if you're at the top of your game in anything, legal or illegal, you're going to, so you can bring out the examples of the guys that, make $1 million a year selling weed or something like that, you know.
Hmm.
However, that's really not the case anymore, especially here. It's legal. um so it's really not as lucrative as it used to be, and it hasn't been for quite some time. So
Hmm.
they're not doing it for the money. i
Right.
I just want to squash that. It's not for the money. Like, maybe like 1 in 20 of them actually make above, you know, above like a standard minimum wage job if they work full time.
Well, that's what I mean. A lot of them, the ones that do make money, these women like herself,
Hmm.
will try to luck up and get what one who's really making money, and that's why they go from man to man. Like I said, I've seen it. I've even seen guys. They call themselves D boys. They make a lot of money. I've seen it with my own eyes. So
What have you seen?
I've seen men with knots of money in their pocket from doing their thing. I've seen
Well,
it.
okay, Melody, if
And
it's
these
in their
men,
pocket, if it's in their pocket, it's not lots of money.
what I'm saying is,
Like,
these men were my family members. You know, these are family
okay,
members.
well, there's the exception. Okay, so let's just take a person with a job, right? Let's just say this person makes 24K, which is half of average, right? That's about $2,000 a month. Now he has no expenses because he lives with, he lives off of someone with Section 8, and he has $2,000, but it's in his pocket like a
Hmm.
jackass. It's in his pocket. I
Instead of in
think,
the bank.
huh?
I said instead of being in the bank. Correct.
Yeah, exactly. So yes, there is an appearance of wealth there, but really you're talking about a guy who makes half of the average for men, you know.
Hmm.
It's appearance. A lot of guys can appear wealthy if they, walk around with their money in singles in their pocket. Like, I mean, I think every guy in here, if he cashed out like 10% of his savings and walked around with it in his, you know something, you know something. I'm gonna tell you a story about an OG. When I say OG, I'm talking real OG. In fact, he's resting in peace right now, right? But this is my friend's father. He told me this story. I was cracking up. I guess if he were alive, he would be like 90 right now, right? He told me this story. I was cracking the fuck up. And then I'm going to tell you privately what his daughter said about this same story when after he passed, right? But right now I'm just tell the story of what he said, what he used to tell his son. And he used to give me advice too. He used to give me he used to get I call it bad. He used to tell me that I should eat pussy. And
Well, you should, but I'm gonna get out of there.
dude, he was telling me that like
I'm
at
gonna get out of
17. He was like, "Yeah, boy, you need to eat her pussy." Like he used to say shit like that.
there.
But
That's
anyway, yeah,
at
but
17. Yeah.
yeah. So this is the 90s, and he used to tell his son that when you get some money, boy, you need to put it in your pocket and put it in change. And then when you walk, yeah, when you walk, they could hear the change in your pocket. The women could hear the change in your pocket. I was like, oh my God. This man is
Oh,
walking around with a pocket full of quarters, dimes, and nickels, so the chicks could just hear the money in his pocket. So it's the same thing. Like I guess it back in the day, that's a lot of money, but he's walking around just sounding like he got money. It's that type of thinking. Of course, if you walk around with your life savings cash in your waistband, it looks like a lot. But
that's hilarious.
yeah. And listen, I'm just saying, and this isn't me just thumping on Pookie Ray Ray just for the sake of doing it, or calling them broke just for the sake of doing it. What I'm saying is that the D boy money isn't what it used to be, and this is somebody who's old enough to have seen its heyday, to see when it was at its top, and now it's most certainly not at its top, especially for black men with no international connections. It's very, very low. So, but women like this, she's not in it for the money. In fact, I think that she prefers to be the breadwinner in
Mhm.
situations. What she's in it for is the excitement, a story to tell, and somebody who could never look down on her. And I think that that's really what it comes down to. Um,
Low standards. Yeah.
yeah, somebody that will never look down on her. I mean, not 'cause, well, they can't because they're living in her Section 8 and stuff. Like, I mean, so
No, like seriously. And somebody said it. I'm looking for the comment. They also want the weed. They get with this
yeah,
guy
and that
with
too.
free
That
weed. Yeah. I'm looking for the comment.
No, that too. No, that's a very important factor because
Yeah.
it is difficult. And I don't smoke weed. It
Me
is
neither.
difficult for people who don't smoke weed to get along with those who do. Like that is
Hmm.
almost a complete relationship mismatch. And it's not that I have anything against women who smoke weed. It's just that um, for whatever reason, and I don't know because I never smoked it, women who smoke weed feel as if it's the most entertaining thing a person can do. It's the most exciting thing. It's the like getting together and smoking with a woman creates such a bond to that woman who smokes that can't be replicated in any other way. So no, honestly, and when you don't smoke weed, you're absent that bond.
Yeah, I've heard women say I can't be with him because he don't smoke weed.
Yeah,
I've actually heard women say that. So to
yeah,
some women,
exactly.
that's very important that
Well,
he
yeah,
smokes.
it's a thing in common. And yeah, I have turned off. If I had to say anything about myself, as far as like sexual loss, and people, especially here, they think it's because I'm a nerd or it's because I dress like a nerd or something like that, or I don't wear the newest shoes, which is why I lost Poom Poom. No, I think my biggest loss of Poom Poom that there's a direct correlation to is because I don't smoke weed. Like I never had a woman say, "Oh no, I can't sleep with a guy with those shoes on," or like I but I have had women say that directly, and then there's the indirect loss of opportunity. So I will say that I have lost a lot in that regard. Um, so yeah, that is a real thing.
Hmm.
Now, that being said, smoking doesn't guarantee that you will hit it, and that's a common misconception. Like guys, that
Hmm.
guys are under you. I mean, you have to be better than the other guys with weed.
You gotta be better. You gotta have more tattoos. You gotta be more hood. You gotta speak better slang than the other guy. You gotta have better shoes. These hood chicks look for the weirdest things in men.
Hmm.
Like, believe me. Oh, you don't carry cash on you? Oh, that's a strike. I want to see those knots in your pocket. I want to see that swag. I want to see how you dress, how you move, how you talk, how you walk. These women want the hoodest dude. He got to have a lot of tattoos. He got to know how to fight. Like, I seen some ridiculous, ridiculous, ridiculous requirements for a hood man. Like, it's ridiculous. But you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I seen that you were about to press a thing. I was waiting for some
Oh
more, but
yeah.
yeah. No,
Okay.
I mean the reason why I didn't respond because I don't know what they're. I don't. I've never been even though I was a dude in the hood, I was never a hood dude. It was known throughout the neighborhood that I grew up in. By the hood dudes and by everybody, what I was because I was a kid and I was just that kid that that did nerdy stuff. So I didn't have women who or girls in that case at that age that were in the hood dudes come my way. So like so I can't give you much perspective. I mean, I have had friends who are hood dudes. I will say it's not too many women that I know of that exclusively, at least not the black women, that exclusively dates hood dudes. And I know it seems that way, but I have to tell you, like a lot of the black chicks who that you see with hood dudes. They I'm not gonna say they're equal opportunity, but they want different things from different men.
Hmm.
And they're willing to date different types of men to get those types of things. To you know,
I'm telling you, the main reason these women want these hood dudes, whether it's true or not, they want that fast money. Like you
no,
said,
it
dudes
could be.
aren't really making money, but they want Birkin bags. They want their nails done and their hair done on a spot. They want you to be able to just throw them a couple of hundreds so they can go and brag to their friends. Like these hood chicks in the hood really be on some other stuff.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. And trust me, I was there when the money was big. But
Mhm.
even then, the money was big for the hood.
Right.
It's very important to make that distinction. Because yes, you can compete with 14-year-olds who don't have an allowance if you are a D boy at 14.
Mm.
See, okay, understand this, Melody. The operative word of D boy is boy. It is boy. So it's a lot of money for a 14-year-old. It's not a lot of money for a functioning adult. If so, he wouldn't be looking to live in your Section 8 apartment or your Section 8
Mhm.
house. It's not money for a functioning adult. It's not. It never listen. The year was like 1990 something, like the late 90s. And I actually was staying in the 90s. For those of you who are from Oakland, I actually was staying in the hood, like off 92nd, right? 92nd and B Street, right? And this was a hood area where the D boys, they worked right next door to where I lived at night, and they stood in front of where I lived during the day. I was renting a room from a homie, right? And
Mhm.
and the place was newly renovated, and I would play dominoes with them and stuff, and then and it was maybe like seven dudes, right? And I'd say like once an hour you would get somebody who is like the most broke down human being ever, right? And he would come and he would ask to buy drugs, and they would go and sell it to him, and that's like it was like $10, right? And I overheard them. This is how I know how much it cost. I overheard them because they was gonna sell like a new product to a woman who and they told her $6. And she was like, "Why is it so cheap?" He was like, "Because I wanted to get you down on the thing." I was like, "Really? That's ridiculous, right?" But I'm looking at the dynamic here, and I was like, "Okay, so it's seven dudes, and it's $10, and which means that every night or every hour, so they're splitting $10 an hour, basically. Is it
Wow.
no, no, you're
This
laughing,
was
but
in
no,
the
that's
90s? Because I thought the 90s was when the
the
real D
early
boys.
90s. The early
Okay.
90s. The 80s is when it was really hidden. But,
Mm.
it started to fade. So the music came after it was hitting big. So, like the music, like Ice Cube, Easy, and all of them, they started in the early 90s, but by then it was drying up. It was already drying up. It was the 80s that
Mm.
was, but it was still out there and it was still a popular thing to do.
Mm.
But and of um here's the worst part of that whole dynamic on 92nd was there was one dude that came and he looked just as broke down and bummy as the rest of the dudes. And
Mhm.
um he wanted some drugs, and they denied him because we was on a street called B Street. And he said, "No, where you normally coming from?" He said, "I normally go to D Street, but there's nobody there." D as in David. He said, "But there's nobody there." He's like, "Well, we'll take your ass to D Street." Uh, and
Street.
they turned him away. And I was thinking to myself, and I was very young. I was thinking to myself, well, first I asked him, I was like, "Why'd you turn them away?" And they was like, "We don't take new people because he's probably a cop." So apparently, with cops, they have nothing better to do but to dress up like homeless drug addicts and buy drugs so they can arrest a guy over $10, which is a whole nother topic in and of itself. So in addition to their job paying a shared $10 an hour, they, by the way, minimum wage at that time was like 4.25. But in addition to that being the case, um, they also had to not sell to guys like that, to new people. They could only sell to people that they know. And I'm sitting there thinking, like, all these guys aren't going. Your customer base is limited. You can't expand your customer base. Meaning that if you have say 30 people that come to you every day, that's it. You can't get new people, and that 30 is going to come to 29. These people they are the walking dead. They're dying, they get arrested, they, some of them even kick the habit, or some of them even develop, different habits or something like that. But your customer base is dying. These are not like, it's not like every year there's new crackheads about. So not on so that $10 is getting like lesser and lesser and lesser. It's not a good enterprise. It's not.
Yeah,
um
it's not. Somebody said it dried up in the early 2000s, maybe where they were from.
yeah.
Because you see, where you're from, California, is different than Jersey. Because Newark, New Jersey, probably dried out like probably the mid 2000s, I would say, because people still getting money out here in New Jersey. I'm gonna be honest. So,
Okay. Well, once again, I'm not saying for every place, and I'm pretty sure, but as far as the standing on the corner making $50 an hour thing, I think that that's pretty much done each and every single place in this country.
hmm
Like, I mean, like, I just don't see it. I can't imagine. I can't imagine a place where it's still popping. Like, okay, even Jersey, right? And trust me, these guys have a vested interest in making it appear lucrative, and the music, kind of helps. But listen, in order for them, let's just say that they're claiming like they're making $50 an hour, right? And they're working 8 hours a day, right? So that would mean that they are serving what, 400 people a day each.
hmm
Okay, so one person is serving 400 people, and let's just say that there are 1,000 D boys in Jersey, right? Which I'm pretty sure that there is. You're telling me that there are 400,000 crackheads?
Yeah, I don't really see crackheads that much anymore like I used to. Crackheads
Exactly.
be
That's what I mean.
everywhere.
So,
So yeah, maybe
so
they all just got clean, or a lot of them passed away. So yeah.
yeah, so it's that's what I mean, Melody, when I say it's not that type of business anymore. You know, it's not.
hmm I get what you're saying. But let's get back to the video. Fair use.
Say it
I
again.
don't. I've never dated a white man before. Like I've seen some fine white men, but just never became my way.
So your ex-husband was black.
Hmm.
Okay, so black men are your preference.
Yes.
Okay, black men are our preference.
Wait, pause it.
Does he have to make a certain amount of
You
money?
pause it now.
No, he just had.
Okay.
So, and there you go, Josh. She's seen attractive white men before and they never came her way. It's a different standards.
A white man would never date her.
Well, they would, but not an attractive one. Like
No,
if you're
another hood one might date her, like another a hood, like an Eminem type might date her. But
well, not even like a
yeah,
wigger type. Like if you are like like I don't know, like a stereotypical Cletus type XXX drug drinking or jug drinker, he probably would, but she's not attracted to Cletus. She's attracted to Tyrone.
yeah,
Somebody said people still buy weed. Yeah, they do, but they buy it from the weed dispensaries that we have everywhere here in California.
Yeah, they buy them from the dispensaries now, I think.
Yeah, I even seen a billboard where they deliver. They got websites and everything. I mean, don't get me wrong. I know that there are places where it's illegal still. I don't know if Jersey is one of those places, but I mean,
Nah, we legal over here now.
yeah,
Yeah.
you are a fool. Like, I mean, I mean, it's like you're a cab driver or something. Like, I mean, or you have a Blockbuster Video. If you are out selling weed in California, that's what you are. You Blockbuster Video. You something is your whole business strategy is just tainted. Somebody said weed dash.
The weed dash.
Yeah,
I'm surprised they don't sell like weed on DoorDash or Uber Eats because it's
no, they
legal.
deliver. I mean, well, yeah, yeah, I guess they could. I don't know what the
Mhm.
vehicle code says about stuff like that,
Mhm.
but yeah, I seen it. I see people smoke. I seen it like in front of the cops and stuff too.
Weed on wheels. Y'all
Yeah.
killing me with these with these comments. Weed on wheels.
No, I seen it on a billboard. Listen, there is something. I kid you not, I'm gonna go to the site right now. It's I seen it on a billboard. It's called smokeland.com, like Oakland, but Smokeland.
Smokeland. Smokeland.com. Oh
Hold on,
my
let me see.
god. I can't with y'all. I love the audience.
No,
Y'all
it says delivers. No, if you go there right now, it says so I guess it's free advertisement. It says delivers in 60 to 20 minutes and it said $49 an ounce.
mm,
And it said, oh, full menu. What the hell is this? I
mm,
assume that, so it's not just weed.
mm,
Free delivery for all orders over 75.
mm.
Now, back in the day, so that's another thing. That's another thing. Cause I remember back in the day, back in, the same time period I was talking about where brothers used to sell weed. Um
Sing your
we
song, GC. When I was just a little Negro.
Oh yeah, when I was just a little niggero. Yeah, exactly. When I was just a little niggero, and people tried to get me to sell it, um, they told me that it was $300 for an ounce. They called it a zip.
Hmm.
I don't know why. Maybe because it came in a Ziploc bag or something. I don't know. I never took them up on the offer. But
Right.
now it's like at $49.
Mm.
So, like, and this is online. This is legal and all that stuff. So it's not that type of partying. Yeah, I mean, I get it. Back in the day when it's like 300 and you made however much from, you invested 300 and then you make however much from selling it, you make 800 from selling it. I think that's what they told me. I could see that going. But now it's literally, I'm looking at the website right now. And they got like all different types of designer weaves. What the hell is this? Like Blue Dream, Sierra Hills, and what's this? All in one faders. Ric Flair. They got Ric Flair weed.
Yeah, they got all flavors from what I heard.
Humboldt growers. Oh, and that's another thing. And it's better. And it's better because it's not smuggled over, the border in some immigrant's ass. So it's like grown out in the open. And Ramil even said when he was out here, he was like it's spectacular compared to the shit he was smoking.
Oh, he said that?
Hmm.
Yeah. I went out to San Francisco with a friend and he told me the same thing. He said he never smoked marijuana like that. So
Yeah, exactly. So like if you out here trying to sell your prison, uh if you trying to sell your prison ass smuggling weed, then you are going to find yourself very disappointed. So and that's what I mean. The industry is drying up. It's dried up completely, in my opinion. Crack is not crack anymore. The people who are using it are like, um 104 and stuff and and dead like so yeah.
or some of them even got clean. They don't want to do it anymore. They clean now, so
Well, Josh said, "Is that Ric Flair weed?" And like, I don't smoke. You asked me like I smoke. I don't know what weed or drip is. I do not. Let me see. I
I
just
have
seen
no
Ric Flair. I'm
idea.
like, what the hell, Ric Flair?
Wait, what are you? I'm
And
trying to
his
find.
picture is on it too.
Oh, you're looking at it.
Yeah, hold on. It says no. It says drip. So yeah, he's right. It's drip.
Yeah, I know
Okay. So,
nothing about weed, so
well, I know that this is a weed website. You know, but yeah. So it's drip, which I'm assuming is like a like the vape version of weed or something. You know.
hmm probably. What's that called? Somebody said dab. I heard somebody say they be smoking the THC, the dab.
Oh yeah, yeah,
hmm
maybe. You know,
That's a California thing. So
they got a 9.99 menu. So yeah, so that industry is dead. It's not. I mean, it's yeah, it's very difficult. It's hard out here for a career criminal. You know, it is. It's very difficult for career criminals nowadays. Um, so what she's looking for is somebody who just brings in some extra money from time to time.
hmm, makes sense. I'm gonna continue. That makes a lot of sense, GC.
Hmm.
But let's see what else she got to say.
All right.
Has to have like goals and at least some type of plan to get there.
Shout out to Jerry who said, "Girl, we knew you wanted a black man, girl."
Oh my goodness, I've been with my grandbaby all day. I don't. I'm not even looking the part. Sorry, y'all.
Um, does he have to? I know you want to be black. Does he have to look any way in particular?
No, like I'm not like discriminate on like that, but at least not too short. I can't. I'm 5'7", but I feel like I'm big dog. I don't know. I can't have a short person. Like
She feel like she big dog. What the heck does that mean? I'm big dog. Like what?
I don't know. That's kind of weird.
Like that's not feminine to say. I feel like I'm big dog. Like what?
Well, she should mention like a height, like yeah, she should mention a height. I don't really know what's up with that. Like, okay, you're 5'7". Do you prefer a guy that's 5'8" or and above, or 5'10" or 6 foot? Like, I mean,
Right.
what's the,
Well,
so
maybe
yeah.
she's. Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying I don't really know where she's getting at with that.
Well, maybe she about to say it. Let's see.
Okay.
especially if I put heels on. So at least 5'7", 5'8".
At least 5'7", five
And
eight. So this is
I'm a sucker for BBs.
for what?
uh, a grill, diamonds, any of that. You know, that can make somebody a lot more handsome to me. And then I recently said that I was like, maybe I should get me somebody ugly. That way he'll be loyal and I could just, you know, boss him up.
You want to get somebody ugly, cause sweetheart, that's all you can get probably.
Well, she's not. I mean, and what she no, she can do better. That's what I mean when I say that. And it's to Josh. You know, she could get a white guy that's not handsome. You know, like only Pookie Ray Ray will be handsome and deal with somebody. You know, that will generally get with a woman who's less pretty than they are handsome. A lot of women come for that deal. It's unfortunate that they are offering that deal, but you know she don't really care. And the assumption that because a guy is going to be loyal because he's ugly, I don't know. Maybe you know huh. I don't know if I'd classify myself as an ugly dude, but I will say that I never had like a heightened sense of loyalty just because I was getting boss. That's kind of
I
like,
mean, yeah,
and I don't know anyone who thinks that way.
not really. Me neither. But I'm gonna speak on this part. You're right about that. Like what you said about she could probably get a good looking black guy, because I think I told you this story in private or on your channel, but I literally was so I can't even say I was upset, But I was just like in shock because I saw this handsome black guy, like so handsome. And he didn't look like a Pookie or Ray Ray. He had like a suit on. He looked so good. Here comes his wife. Big, like, and like Mel Logic would say, a big moo cow, okay?
Mhm.
Huge, sloppy, all over the place, like Lizzo size, with two mixed babies, pushing one in a carriage and one walking, and they're together. I'm like, this guy literally could have did so much better. He was like a Method Man, and you know I have a crush on Method Man.
I do know.
He was so cute, like he was so handsome. Like, what are we doing here, sir? Like, why is your baby mama or your girlfriend, whatever she was, why is she a big fat white moo cow? Like, I'm confused.
Yeah, and race aside, I mean, black men are conditioned to settle. You know, we're
Right,
conditioned from our mamas to settle, for anything. And you know, to be fair, we don't know if she got big after, you know, she got big with the kids and stuff. But nevertheless, we have been conditioned to settle for, you know, the least.
right. You want to answer Josh's question?
Yeah, sure. It says, so you're saying that black men can't get attractive non-black women? No, they can. They can. They just don't. And the reason for that, Josh, and I'm glad that you asked, is because a lot of black men are taking low-hanging fruit, and we come from environments where women are extremely unattractive, to say the least. So they tend to cling to the first opportunity that they get. Now, take this woman, um, for example, Josh. She's extremely aggressive. So, you know, a guy coming from, you know, a place where women are bigger and more tatted than her, you know, will see her as, you know, I can't do better, even though he can, he just didn't take the time out to explore. Those who do, like each of my cousins, actually do very well in, let's just call it, foreign markets, you know. But no, there are a certain type of black men who are, I guess the word I'm looking for, Josh, is limited. But put it like this, Josh. How often do you see NBA players with bitches that look like this?
Never,
Exactly. So yeah,
never.
yeah, but there do exist a market of very limited men, extremely limited men. And when I'm talking about limited, I'm not really talking about mentally limited, even though this is a byproduct of this, but limited in their life experience, in the sense that, you know, they haven't traveled far past their 2 block radius.
Mm.
They haven't traveled anywhere. They haven't traveled far enough from where they live to change the radio station. Now, for that person, you know, whether he's Pookie or not, you know, any woman who's aggressive and hypersexual is going to seem like a good deal.
Exactly. But it's sad though, Josh. This is the simple answer to your question. Black men have no standards. Like they just don't. A lot of them. I'm not gonna say all, but a lot of black men don't have standards. And no matter how good they look, how fit they are, you know, how much money they make, they will still deal with the bottom of the barrel woman. And I'm not just talking about just white women. I'm talking about black women. You see hot black guys with the big fat moo cow black women too. You know, you see them with Asians that are not that hot. You know, you see them with Hispanics, big fat square, you know, everybody, like not just white women.
Yeah,
So, and the reason for this is because like GC said, unfortunately, there are not enough beautiful black women in our community. Like they just let themselves go. They just go outside looking any type of way. They all 80% of black women are overweight, you know, so they think, you know, anything, they'll just take anything because they're used to just taking anything in their
exactly.
own community, you know.
exactly. They haven't developed standards. You know, they just adapted to what's around them. And
Mm-hmm.
yeah, and then it's a whole different. And then there's a lot of things that that a limited brother probably isn't really used to. Like, okay, so for me, I wasn't completely limited growing up in Oakland, but um my perspective was different. I didn't have much experience dealing with a regular white woman, or white girl. I should say women because I was in college. So but I was surprised at how nice that they were, and that took some getting used to, and sexually free that they were, because for example, like, and she wasn't white, she was Asian. I was in a physics class, and um yeah, I grew up in Oakland. Somebody asked. Yeah, I grew up in Oakland. But I was in a physics class and I got there a little late, and there was an Asian girl in front of me, and she was like, "You want to see my notes?" I was like, "Yeah, if you could." She just offered out of nowhere. And I was like, "Yeah, if you could do that for me, I'll take it down after class." And she was like, "Yeah, yeah, it's no problem, no problem at all." She was like really, really nice. I don't even know her name. She was really, really nice. And from where and how I grew up, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that these people, that the people where I grew up and how I grew up, and there was a large Asian population in Oakland, there is still, um, weren't and aren't nice, but it's just not like that with people that they don't know, unless there's a reason, and that reason, so I thought, would be sexual attraction. But no, it wasn't. Like, the I just found that a lot of groups are just a lot more polite to strangers than where I grew up and the people I grew up with. And it does take some getting used to determine, what's just being nice, what's flirting, what's choosing signals. So there are some cultural adjustments that you would make if you, because she obviously made a cultural adjustment because she wants to deal with black dudes. Now, for a young man who's looking to deal in other cultures, there's some things you are going to have to get used to. It's a lot different. The way they party, the way white people party when I was young is a lot different than the way black people party. And so yeah, it does take some getting used to before you can just get like a regular chick that's not on some crap like whatever she's on. A regular non-black chick that's not on some crap like what she's on. But it's not bad. You don't have to go out and do anything strange.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, facts. I'm sorry, hold on. I was still trying to read the comments. Let me get out of here. All right, guys, let's continue the video. Fair use.
Take him to sex, Johnny's, maybe. I don't know.
Okay, so you ready? So you will build a man if he comes with a couple of things. If he's
Yeah,
workable.
for sure.
Okay. We did the Kendrick Cam at the top, so we don't gotta do it again. When was your last relationship?
Um, my
Give me
last
your
relationship.
full face though. You're cutting your face
Okay, my
off,
last
Megan.
relationship was an inmate. Hey, I'm trying to make the highlights, Kendra. I don't want to just be on the thread.
Girlfriend, let me tell you something. When you came on as the white Megan Stallion, you already made the highlight at that
Okay.
moment. Now I want to be clear though. I don't want you to tell me no lies though, just to make a highlight. Did you really date an inmate last?
Yeah, we was engaged for 2 years. And I don't know how that happened. Like, I'm not a habitual inmate dater, but I sure was trying to get on love after lockup. But like,
Wait,
I
pause it.
love hard. I'm loyal. Pisces are givers. We're not takers.
Yeah, so the math definitely isn't mathing because it seemed like she was married her entire adult life. So when did she date this inmate? And when was she engaged to him? Because she's 38,
Once.
so she would have gotten married at 20 at the latest. Um, and divorced like right now. So when does she have time to date the inmate? This is starting to get strange.
Well, she's given 304. So she could have been engaged to her baby daddy. And she could have been messing with inmates. I mean, the girl is a white Keisha, right? I mean, from what I see, she's a white Keisha. So maybe she was messing with the inmate while she was messing with her husband. Or maybe she just never got divorced from her husband and got engaged to this guy. I mean, you never know how it happened. So,
So, somebody says date equal smash. No, it doesn't. It's weird because he's actually an inmate, and I'm not saying it's impossible. I've actually heard stories where when you're locked up and you're horny and you can get creative, and people have found ways to get into their lovers while locked up. I don't think that that's the case with her, and so I don't think that they were actually having sex.
mm,
But and this goes back to what I say, like low standards. There is no one with lower standards on the planet than an inmate. There's
right.
nobody with lower standards on the planet than an inmate. Um, because I've been watching, I shouldn't say I've been watching, but I did watch the first video that the Booty Warrior made when he was released,
Mm.
and he talked about how his standards diminished so low to men, and that's how he became the Booty Warrior, essentially. But
The
um,
booty warrior. I never even
yeah,
heard the booty
Booty
warrior.
Warrior is a guy. Apparently, he was some type of prison rapist,
Oh.
and he's famous because he said on a show, he said if somebody came to my cell, he said I look at him and I tell him I likes you and I want you. Now
Oh
we gonna do this
no.
the easy way or we gonna do this the hard way. So apparently he spent like a lot of time doing that and telling people that. And yeah, the booty warrior, yeah. Um
The booty warrior.
yeah, so um and the Boondocks did a special on him or did a show about him. It's funny, it's as funny as grape can be. But that was this guy's thing, and he was famous for it, and now he's released, and he's actually married to a female, but he was telling a story about how he became who he was, and he said that after a while, you start looking at people different, and you start looking at 'em. So, but I don't want to get too graphic because it's nasty to me. But the point is that prison dudes have low standards. Once you are by nature heterosexual, but everything start looking pretty to you, then that is diminished standards. And notice how that's what she's actually going for a guy. She fears competition.
Mm.
She fears competition. That's what I'm looking for. She fears competition. She goes to the places where competition is the least.
Mm. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, because like me, I, being 6'0" and above average income, but still not anything spectacular, and not athletic. I'm not going to go to NBA All Star looking for chicks, NBA All Star Weekend looking for chicks because they're there looking for actual ballers and and millionaires and stuff like that. So I'm not. It's like it's too much competition. That's they're going there for like the 7 foot tall dudes, with they have the card beyond black cards that that guys like me don't even know about. They have like the hidden purple cards or some crap like that like they're going for those particular guys. So she's avoiding competition is my point. And since the only competition in prison is other prisoners, she's the hottest thing they've seen
Mm.
literally in years.
Mm. True. All right. Well, let's continue.
Like, I like to I'm very loyal. So like being in jail wasn't like a factor for me. It was just like something about that jail love, Kendra, was so intense. It's like I don't know how to explain it, but yeah, I'm
Yeah,
trying
that
to get
jail
away
love,
from inmates.
like the bars, can't let y'all touch. How the hell is jail love intense?
It
We can't
is.
even touch them.
It's very
Is
deep.
what?
It's very intense. Like I don't know.
We can't see your face, baby. Keep
Okay.
the camera on your face. So back to that, the inmate. Did you know him before he went to jail, or did you meet him while he was in jail?
I knew of him before. We were from the same area, and then I met him while he was in jail.
How did you meet him while he was in jail? They have a meet and greet jail day.
No, somebody called me. I told you I used to be in the streets, and somebody called me. It was like, hey, somebody was looking for something. I kind of just, hey, I don't know. We just fell for each other.
Wait, what?
By phone
She ain't
conversation?
say nothing. Did you understand what she said? We kind of
Well, I'm trying to
we
make it out as much as possible, but she's being deliberately cryptic. But it
kind
seems like she was a prostitute.
Can you elaborate on that?
Well, I mean, from what she said, it seems like she got a call from somebody who wants some sex,
Hmm.
and she answered that call, which is weird. Like because she's like, "Hey, I got a call from a friend, and she knows a guy that want a little something." So, like, what kind of crap is that? Like, do you get calls like that?
No.
Like, do your friends just say like, "Hey, Melody, I know a guy that wants a little something, something." Like, so I'm trying to make sense of the nonsensical. To be honest with you, like, I mean, yeah, the whole is this what you want, fella? When y'all say, "Oh, Pookie Ray Ray getting all the girls," do y'all want this? Do y'all really want whatever she is about? She will bring so much, and looks aside, looks aside, she will bring so much weird strife. And trust me, I I have stories for years. I don't even tell all my stories. I have stories for years about how weird regular chicks are. Regular women are crazy as hell. You think you want to deal with this type of crazy?
Heck no. Yeah, this woman, she's something else. And she's pushing 40, so for her to be so weird and immature at 38 years old, that's just the ridiculous part for me. And she's a grandma, a mother of three and a grandma. She needs to kind of like sit down somewhere, like seriously.
Yeah, yeah. It's like, what do you do? Like, I mean, and trust me, I am not above banging hood chicks, but it is problematic. And the reason why is because I don't smoke weed, I have to I have to stimulate them in other ways, through charisma, wit, whatever you want to call it, and conversation. But when conversations are like this, what do you say to that? What do you say to somebody who just said a bunch of stuff that didn't make sense, but you know that if you dug into it, it'll be the nastiest thing you ever heard?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Agreed.
so it's and I've been in situations like that, and I power through. I power through from time to time. It doesn't always work. I power through when they like to talk and not be talked to.
Mm.
That's the only way I get through chicks like this. And y'all know the story about that chick I was with the ankle bracelet on while I was
Yeah.
smashing. Yeah, so
Hmm.
so I have done, hood chicks before, but
You've
you
been
know,
with the Keishas.
yeah, exactly. But it's not something that I look to sustain.
Mm. All right. Well, fair use, guys.
I said, why torment yourself
Oh.
like that? Listen, if a woman is physically attractive, that's all she need be for me to want to have sex with her. Now, the tolerance of crap that I would put up with, or that, the tolerance of, just incoherent conversation and stuff like that, varies on how attractive she is.
Hmm.
So yeah, there is a hot crazy ratio that she by far don't meet. Like, I wouldn't waste any time attempting with her, but there is a hot crazy ratio that I am willing to indulge.
Hmm. Interesting. Very interesting. All right, fair use.
Yeah, but like I went see him and he took good care of me. He bought Dior, YSL, diamonds, paid bills, all from the penitentiary. So I kind of was just like,
Wait, how did he do that from the penitentiary?
Well, it's a couple of ways. It's a couple of ways. Sometimes guys get income that isn't really based on prison.
Hmm.
Um, like if you're injured, if you're in the military and you're injured, that still comes to you whether in prison. And then
Mm,
there are some guys who actually make money in prison through extortion, through pimping, through drugs and stuff like that.
mm.
But I think the most likely thing is that she's lying.
Yeah, me too. She might be lying,
Yeah.
doing anything for clout.
Yeah, exactly.
Alright, fair use. Oops. What happened? Did I get out of it?
Yeah, just I guess you gotta click it again. There you go.
Oh. Oh no. Where was I?
I think he was like at 6.
Oh no. What the hell?
the part. Sorry, y'all.
Does he have to? I know you want to be black. Does he have to look any way in
A
particular?
little further, like 6.
No, like I'm not um BBs.
Yeah,
For what
further.
Oh.
you will build a man if he comes with a couple of
I
things. If he's
mean,
workable.
yeah, for sure.
Okay. We did the Kendrick game at the top, so we don't gotta do it again. When was your last relationship?
Little
Um,
further. Do
my
like
Give me
last
your
relationship.
full
30
face though.
seconds.
You're cutting your face
Okay, my
off, man.
last Pisces are givers. We're not takers. Like I
Okay,
like
here we go.
to. I'm very loyal, so like being in jail wasn't like a factor for me. It was just like something about that jail love. Kendra was so intense. It's like I don't know how to explain it, but yeah, I'm
Yeah,
trying
that
to get
jail
away
love,
from inmates.
like the bars. Can't let y'all touch. How the hell is jail love intense?
It
We
is.
can't even touch them.
It's very
Is
deep.
what?
It's very intense. Like I don't know.
We can't see your face, baby. Keep the camera on your face. So back to that, the inmate. Did you know him before he went to jail, or did you meet him while he was in jail?
I knew of him before. We were from the same area, and then I met him while he was in jail.
How did you meet him while he was in jail? They have a meet and greet jail day.
No, somebody called me. I told you I used to be in the streets, and somebody called me. It was like, hey, somebody was looking for something. I kind of just, hey, I don't know. We just fell for each other.
By phone conversations.
Yeah, but like I went see him and he took good care of me. He bought Dior, YSL, diamonds, paid bills, all from the penitentiary. So I kind of was just like, wow.
So why'd y'all break up?
Um, he was like still playing games. Like I couldn't believe the man was taking care of me, paying $1,000 car notes, doing all this, and then was still doing it with somebody else too. So I'm like, hell no, I might as well find me a real man in the world I can touch if I'm gonna be going through all that.
Okay, fair. Make sense to me. Makes sense to me. I don't know.
Okay, pause
I
it.
think I always thought a requirement of relationship.
Yes.
So somebody says she's a liar. Yeah, she's definitely lying. Um, it's
Facts.
it's it's you know, I'm just trying to determine which, I'm trying to like pick out what is the lies here. But there is a lot of lies here. Like I don't, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that that a prisoner is incapable of having multiple lovers, even though they're not necessarily lovers. Um, but this story seems too fantastic.
Yeah, yeah. She definitely went in on his story. And she did mention she wanted to be a highlight on Kendra. She did mention that. So I'm starting to feel like she's embellishing the story just a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, it probably happened, but not how she's saying it. Like, oh, yeah, he was doing all this from jail. Like, if he gonna do that from jail, he can probably get a way better looking hood chick than you to do this for. I
Mhm.
mean, yeah, it's not adding up.
Yeah.
All right, fair use.
Shit means I have to, I don't know,
I
touch your ass.
mean, I was there. We went to visits. He sent me to Puerto Rico. His mama spent the night on my couch. Like it was a real family. It was just I don't know.
Okay, so that
I
was.
hope somebody
I
from
mean,
my
I
city is
don't.
on
This
here
might be.
laughing at me.
I don't want. Listen, because you don't got to answer this question, but I'm so curious. Did you guys have intimacy? I thought you have to be married to have sex with somebody that's in jail.
Well, we did a lot of video phone sex. I was celibate like for a whole year, like waiting on him. Like we had amazing phone sex. I mean, it was crazy. I didn't even know that type of shit existed until I met him. He bought all the toys. He had an app. He could control them from his phone from the prison. Yes, so it's possible, trust me. But if there's any inmates on here, please don't DM me. I want a man in the world.
Okay. What are three flaws you have to work on, Megan?
Somebody tell me my biggest flaw is my heart. Like I love too hard. Like if you love me, I love you back. Like I love everybody. Like so I kind of like give people a chance before they deserve it. Like that's just my nature. Like I feel like I'm like a giving person. I take care of so many people, my own kids, other people's kids. Like if I deal with you, like and I have it, like you're like all my people are gonna be on. And sometimes people take advantage of me because I'm like that. You know what I mean?
Pause it.
So it's like not always genuine. Like it's genuine coming from me, but
I do believe this part of what she's saying. Um, I, I, because I met girls like her, and what they do is they try to buy and fuck their way into blackness.
I see that all the time.
And for one, it's like, why? Is it really worth it? But for two, it's, yeah, I see that far too often. The down for whatever white chick combined with, she never says no to a favor from a black woman, because then she will have her black card, which is temporary, which expires, for them, um yeah, it can be revoked. Like, hey, could you babysit these kids? Like, oh no, I gotta go. Oh, what, you a Karen now? Like that's, yeah. So I do believe her when they say she's overly nice.
Hmm. I believe it too. I know a woman like that, and she's not even white. She's Puerto Rican, but she's like a white Puerto Rican, and she buys her way into blackness. Like you said, her black card is there. She's invited to the cookout, but she just so nice. She'll do anything for you. She'll loan you clothes. I've seen her loan women clothes before, so she's one of those women.
Well, yeah. Sporty says something interesting. He says, so he's had girls like her. No, no. I said I've seen that. I've seen that mentality play out a lot.
So have I.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not trying to like sell wolf tickets or sell stories. Trust me, I'm there. There isn't any bragging rights to say that I've had a girl like this before, but no, I've seen that mentality. Just an outsider really trying to fit in. So, and I'm
Mhm.
pretty sure you have too. So let's not make it like I'm trying to pretend like I have all the answers.
Facts. All right, fair use.
the people who I might run across have other motives or intentions, and that kind of always ends up happening with me sometimes.
Okay. Was
And
that three?
the third one would be um I don't know if y'all would call this a flaw. Some people don't like it, but I'm like a free spirit. Like I definitely am like down for whatever, daredevil, thrill seeker.
These are
And
all the
so
same thing.
I've been on my city girl shit for a long time now. I'm ready to settle
City
down, be
girl,
somebody's wife again.
you like 40 years old. Why are you on your city girl stuff? You're a grandma. Like she failed to realize that she's a grandma. Why is she being a city girl like she's in her 20s? Like it makes no sense at all.
Yeah, I mean that's the toll she has to pay to be in the group that she wants to be in. For
Right.
an outsider.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Somebody said city bus granny.
See, I can't. All
Oh, and by
right.
the way, what I just described is the same thing on the opposite end.
Mhm.
Meaning that there exist black girls who sexualize themselves and do more and do extra to be a part of the standing white society that they're in.
Mhm.
So it's not just exclusive to women like this. They do exist, black girls who do that to fit in.
Yeah, divestors.
Well, not even divestors are ones, just ones who how can I say this? Who feel like outsiders just trying to get in.
Mm. Yeah, see that all the time too.
I mean, and that's like, what do you really expect, especially for a woman who is. Women are social creatures, and they want to be part of a social structure and a social hierarchy, and they're willing to do what it takes to be a part of it, and sometimes it takes that, you know.
Mhm. Facts. Hold on, JC. Everybody, please hit the like button. If you're in here, hit the like button. Share on your platform. And also, if you are new, please subscribe to my channel and also subscribe to Game Changers channel. This is very important. And I'm going to see the mods dropping the links, which I have been seeing. So make sure you guys are hitting the like button and you know, subscribing. But fair use.
Megan, I want to ask you this. They're asking me, do you have a man's name on your chest?
You mean Jesus?
Oh, okay.
No,
Zach Book said, who's the man on your
yeah,
chest?
that I do. I got a baby. All that stuff can be covered up.
Is
Husband.
that a guy you used to date?
That's my baby. He put carrots on me from the penitentiary. He got a little tattoo, but
Wait,
that could
that's
be.
the guy from jail that you have his name on your chest?
I loved him, Kendra.
This is just getting more and more ghetto. Like the more it goes on, the more ghetto it becomes.
Yeah, the phone sex thing is interesting. I'm not, nor have I been a phone sexer. But then again, I've never been in jail.
Right.
So, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. Phone sex in jail. Like I've never heard that in my life.
Well, I imagine that it exists. I guess you have to just embrace the concept first that prisoners have cell phones.
Right.
But it really goes to how sexually desperate they are because, um, from what I understand, there's a premium to use cell phones in prison.
Or some of the female guards are getting phones in because they're sleeping with the inmates. I
Well,
also heard that's going on too.
well, no matter what, it's expensive. Like, I mean,
Right.
female or male guards. Like, if I'm a guard and somebody slips me $50 to use my phone, then I'll say, hey, $50. I'm a guard. I don't think they make $50 an hour, so I'm like, okay, here you go. You get 30 minutes, but I'm talking about the cost to the inmate. So that whole phone boning session is costing them. And I'm just throwing a price out there, like what would move a working person to risk their job for that. And
Yes.
yeah, so yeah, it's interesting. He's paying a premium for it.
Ah, sorry, Juicy.
Yeah, no
Had to
worries. No worries. Hit the
get up
button.
real quick. All right, I just sit down. 1 second. Fair use.
I still do, but I had to
Wait,
give him
which name
tough
is
love.
his? Which name is his?
Davion.
Davion is the man in jail that you tattooed on your body.
I'm just trying to. Hey, I need my. Yes, I did, but they can all be covered. Everything can be covered. It's all a tactic. I got room for y'all's name somewhere too.
Hmm.
Everybody, man, if you fuck up, you get covered.
Oh, that was somebody else's name before?
It was. You gotta earn that spot.
Man, let me say this. I'm opposite of you, but I respect you because you are yourself and you're very comfortable in who you are. I can rock with that.
Okay, thank you. I'm so happy because I know y'all those comments probably been eating me up, but I don't care because it is what it is.
Okay. So, Megan, why would a guy be lucky to be with you?
Oh, like I said, like I'm definitely like a pleaser, a giver. Like I know how to be a wife. I was married 18 years. I know what it requires to take care of a man. Like it's certain womanly duties like that men, seek. And like if you have that at home, not saying they won't cheat because these people, baby, they just nothing surprises me anymore. But like I know that I bring my own money. I'm definitely a hustler, a go getter. Like I definitely make over 250,000 a year easily. But that's one of my other flaws.
Do you believe that, GC? That she makes over $250,000 a year?
It's possible, but I don't think that's the case. No,
Yeah, me
it's
neither.
possible because she has a talent and she has a business. So it is. It's possible that she's a tattoo artist and she.
And she also does taxes.
Yeah, I
That's her
don't really see
business.
much in that. I mean, oh, I thought she said tats.
No, she does taxes.
No, I don't see her making $250,000 a year in taxes, doing taxes.
Yeah, me neither. That's what I'm like 250 a year. Like she's definitely capping
No,
with
I could picture like if she was a tattoo artist and she grew her business that way. Like I could see that, but no, I can't see her doing that taxes.
Yeah, definitely not. So when I heard that, I'm like, come on, you making 250 a year and you look like that. First of all, because to me she looks really dusty, like she's on welfare. That's the look she's given, and I guess that's the attitude she's given as well.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, so I don't believe anything she's saying honestly. Like there is a possibility she might be up here trolling for views, but I don't know. When I went to her IG page, it was ghetto, so
Hmm.
maybe that is her. That's probably who she is, but who knows?
Yeah.
All right, fair use.
I mismanage my money. I need a man, a leader to come. I don't mind submitting if he's leading properly, but I think maybe I'm just too hard because I'm by myself. I'm a single mom. Like, so when people come to me, I'm like, if you can't even, you know, do the smallest things, like I don't need you to pay my bills, but like, put some gas in my car. Those are things I don't like to do. Or get my nails done. Y'all see I had a broken nail today. It's just small things. And like when I say that to people, they like,
So if she was making 250 a year, she wouldn't be walking around with broken nails. This
Without
would
gas, she's walking
without
around because there's no gas,
exactly.
and she don't
Well,
have a Tesla. She don't have anything like electric.
no,
She's using gas.
exactly. If she was making that much, she would definitely have a gasless electric car.
Hmm.
So I think she's just lying. She's dusty and she's lying. All right, various.
Like I'm a gold digger, or I don't know if it's like this era now, but I'm old school. I know I look a little younger, but I come from like morals and loyalty and girl code and guy code and like my generation.
Do she really come from morals?
Well, everyone does. I don't know what their morals are dictating in her case.
Right, because to me, she don't seem like she has morals at all.
Yeah.
So,
Was different. And I get a lot of young boys trying to come talk to me. I'm like, is it cougar season or what?
that's because she's immature. I don't think any man that have anything going for themselves would actually approach her. These are all young Pookies and Ray Rays coming at her.
Yeah.
So, a couple things, Megan. What's the age range you would date?
Okay, so at first I was saying 21 and up, but I had to raise that.
21 and up. This woman is pushing 40 and she said 21 and up.
Well, how young are the young dudes? Because that would mean that there exists younger dudes than 21, like 18 to 20, that are coming her way, and she's saying that they're too young. And it's odd that she knows the difference between a 20 and a 21-year-old. But yeah.
I mean, honestly, she probably like dipping younger than that, but she just don't want to put her business out here. But how you even dating guys that's 19, 20, 21 when you got a 19-year-old daughter? That's just trifling.
Oh, the 19-year-old was a girl.
Yeah, she has a 19-year-old daughter. When I looked at her IG page, and her daughter has a son. I believe. Yeah, her daughter has a son.
Yeah, she's sharing penis. She is sharing.
Right. So she's probably messing with his. Yeah, exactly. She's probably
Oh
messing
crap!
with
So when
his.
she said her friend told her that she knew somebody locked up that's interested, that was her daughter.
Probably because she does seem like the type of mother who would hang with her daughter in clubs and whatnot. And her daughter's probably hooking her up with friends.
Wow.
I mean, that's what I'm guessing. All right, fair use.
That
21
bar
and up, Megan, you
and
38.
will and do.
Why
Yes.
would you date a man that's 21?
Only because a lot of these these young boys that come for me, they're like old souls. Like when I ask them, like,
Megan,
what
you
you
got
want with
a
me?
19-year-old
And
child.
she's gonna be 20. And hey, I said a lot of that's why I raised it. It's gotta be like 27 now. Because
Yeah.
So now it's 27. It was 21, but she raised it. So now it's 27, which is, by the way, still too young for her.
Well, I mean, she's looking for a lifestyle that most guys her age out of, one way or another.
Right.
They either age out of it through the grave, the prison, or just mature out of it. But either way, it's not many 38-year-old D boys walking around free. So she
True.
has to go for younger.
That's true. But the sad part is, if she was a boy, if she was a man, you see the pushback and the backlash that Marcus Houston got for dating a younger girl. So if she was a man, it would have been a problem. But she's a
Well, no,
woman.
it was still a problem. I mean, Kendra G did say something, so it's a problem.
Yeah, it's a big problem. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, it is weird.
Fair use.
at first, a lot of these youngsters, I would talk to them, and then we just not on the same mentality, like emotionally wise. Like I don't know what they want with me, but stay away, little boys,
Megan, have
because I
you been drinking tonight?
know.
This is just you hot, straight, sober.
Yes, I
Okay.
smoke. I did smoke, but I'm not drunk.
Okay. Does the guy have to be in Houston?
No, I'm passport ready. I'm self-employed. I can jump on a plane whenever I need to.
whenever he needs. And then, so it's Megan Houston, Pisces, 38, owns her own tax company. Um, three children. Are you done with having kids? Okay.
Yes.
Could the guy have
I
kids? Or
do a in vitro if I find the right husband.
you're doing a vitro with the right husband?
Mhm.
Okay.
But that's got to be within the next year or two because I'm not trying to be old and pregnant. And that my little grandson wore me out today.
And then the guy that's in jail, what's his name again? Are you
Davion.
done with him?
Yes.
Show us the ring he bought you again. You still got his ring on.
What, girl, I need to pawn this ring. Fuck him. He's a non-factor. I need to pawn the YSL bag, the Dior, all that shit.
All right, Megan, for the guy who can handle your ass,
Yes.
how could he reach out to you?
A Tax Queens 365, but it's Tax Queens with a Z.
So it's Tax Queen with a Z. So Tax Queens with a Z. 365. All right, Megan, you know your ass gonna be a highlight.
Yes, Kendra, I love you. Thank you for adding me.
You welcome. Bye, baby girl.
All right. That was
So,
crazy.
yeah, that happened.
That happened. It was ridiculous. Um, I don't know. I would be very embarrassed if I was her daughter and her kid, one of her three kids. Like, damn, my mom is real like ratchet.
I think that the daughters and the kids are okay with it, depending.
Mm,
If the daughter, it seems like she's a woman who has a lot of liberties, so her kids can get away with stuff that more strict parents who are more concerned about their children's future, couldn't. Like
mhm.
they don't have to worry about eating their dessert or eating their dinner before dessert.
Right.
You know, they don't have to worry about bedtimes or curfews or something like that. So I think that they are really happy with that aspect of her.
Right. The fact that they can probably do whatever they want. They never had any consequences or anything. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
They probably love that about their moms.
yeah, exactly. So I think that, and it depends. It depends on what the child wants out of life. But um,
Mhm.
yeah, I think that that's probably the dynamic with them, with her
Mhm.
kids, and yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, that's the other one.
I have another crazy one. Yeah. So
Okay,
let's break this down.
she's
Fair
over.
use.
She's over black men. Okay, let's look at this.
Let's look at this. She's over black men. The ones she has met don't want to work or provide. She prefers other races.
Okay.
Hey, y'all, fair use.
We have a lag, so let's just wait. Ooh, child. Get the phone together. I'm gonna package you and then wait 8 seconds before you answer. Taylor, Missouri, 30. Is an Aquarius, has an 8-year-old, and works at ER. What kind of man you looking for? Wait 8 seconds.
Just someone who's actually looking for a relationship, somebody who isn't just looking for sex, someone who's financially stable. Because, I mean, like, it's really hard to find men when you're like serious about dating. There's a lot of people who will sleep with you, a lot of people who will waste their time with you, but they don't want to be serious. They don't want to open up. They don't want to connect. They don't want to take the time to really get to know you as a person. And I feel like I have a hard time with that. Guys will like I have guys in my inbox all the time. They'll try to talk to me. But it's not like anything deep. And I feel like that's really hard, especially black men. And I know a lot of people are going to give me shit, but I don't really date black men. And I'm going to tell you why. So
Pause it.
I grew up in the Army. My dad was in the military, so I've lived like all over. I'm used.
I think I've seen parts of this. I think somebody sent it to me a while ago, but or is this new? Did this just happen, or is this an older one?
This one's probably like a month old. Like it's not too old.
Okay, I think I might have seen this, but maybe not. But um, somebody mentioned something about her titties, And well, no, they missed something interesting. There's a woman that said it that she overwears bras, but it looks like she didn't wear bras or she don't because her breasts are like to the though large, they're down to the middle of her chest. They're like below her rib cage. You
Yeah,
know, they
they're
should,
definitely hanging and sagging.
yeah, they should be up to the just part, not the do. Like right now, her nipples is below the do. That's a shirt that says "Just Do It,"
Right.
which gives us insight into her age. Um, and but yeah, that's way too saggy.
Oh, and
But
by the way, GC, it was 7 days ago. This video.
okay, so yeah, I haven't seen it, but
Yeah,
yeah,
it's good. Mhm.
but no, those titties are way too saggy to be appealing. Which and it does seem like, and press one if this has happened to you. You take the bra off because I bet they look great in a bra,
Mhm.
but you take them off and then they just plop down.
Oh gosh.
They
Yeah.
just plop down, and then when she lay on her back, like one go to one side and the other one go to the other side.
Oh yeah. I think that's big breast problems. See, me, I have small breasts. I don't really have those that hang and sag and fall into the side problem.
Okay.
But I think that's mainly women like D cups, D and up. Because B cups like me, mine don't do all that.
Well, I don't mind D cups or anything like that, but I mean, it's very important that you wear a bra the entirety of your life, so that when you become of age, they still are upper.
Right.
You still want them
Right.
to be upper.
Right. That's why when you're little, when you're young, like when I was a young girl before I even got boobies, we wore something called a training bra. So pretty much you're training yourself to so your breast won't sag in your older years. And then once you get in in your prime, 18 or 24, you gotta make sure you wear the right bras. Then you have that 24 and up. If you don't wear a bra every day, you will definitely sag. And that's the problem with these women. They
Hmm.
walk around with no bras and their breasts point to the ground
Hmm.
because they didn't train them their whole life.
Yeah. Now, what she's saying is true. It is, and it's a terrible truth, but it's a truth nonetheless.
Right.
It is very difficult for a woman who's looking for something serious to find it, and nowadays, and that's largely because every venue is resorted to is been has turned into hookup basically.
Hmm.
You could go on Tinder, but all the guys there just are looking to fuck. And the women there are looking to fuck too, but they're only looking to fuck in situations that's advantageous to them. And so you have that dynamic. It is same as nightclubs. There really isn't a place to go where serious people can find their equivalent. What winds up happening is women like her just find themselves with men that are just looking for a secure sexual source because they're frustrated with the DTF market. Um, but she's not ready to settle with that guy yet, so
Right.
she's where she is, and also that guy probably isn't entirely ready to settle with her.
At all. So I mean that the dating market is pretty hard, especially for people who are not that attractive. There's too many women to compete with out there. So yeah, a woman
Well,
like her.
it's yeah, and it's hard for attractive women as well. I mean, it's difficult all the way around, and that's because of what she said. And I'm not gonna give my judgment on her looks, but because of what she said. Like, I mean, men aren't serious. Like most guys are looking for the best you could find is guys who are just looking to secure sex,
Right.
meaning that they want in-house pussy. That's the best women nowadays are getting, and they're willing to marry for in-house pussy. Like that's the best that they're getting. Um, but as far as depth and connection, you're right. A lot of she's right that it's there is a void of that. And this isn't me speaking as a man. This is me. Well, I am speaking as a man, but this is speaking more as somebody who has like female friends and like cousins and sisters and stuff like that who um on the surface it seem like they shouldn't have any problems, but the truth of the matter is that it is problematic.
Yeah, too problematic. Problematic. I absolutely agree with that.
Yeah.
All right, fair use.
Used to different nationalities, and you know, like growing up and then getting stuck here in Missouri when my parents divorced, I noticed that a lot of the black men here just don't have a lot going for them, unfortunately. They don't want to work, they don't want to provide, they don't want to be men. And I know that sounds bad, it does, but that's just my reality. A lot of my friends give me shit about it because I date outside of my race. And I feel like I would like to be with a black man if I could find one who had their shit together or who was ready for something serious. I'm just being honest. A lot of the black men here, they say they want to be like with a woman who wants them to hold them down, but it's like when we need them to hold us down, they're nowhere to be found. And a lot of the men here of other nationalities, whether that be white, Indian, Asian, they all have their shit together. They all have good jobs. You know what I'm saying? Like, and the thing about it is,
So I don't know much about Missouri, um, but from what she's saying, there's no black man in Missouri who got their stuff together. But
but but she's also glossing over the fact that yes, there exists races of men who have their stuff together and none of them are giving you the time of day. So she
exactly,
has to, I like this isn't somebody who just discovered white penis yesterday,
right.
or like she just got fed up with black men, for the reasons that she mentioned yesterday and decided to start dating out. No, this is somebody who's been at it for a while and she's not finding success over the fence. So, she needs to ask herself at this point, what's the factor? I mean, before she could say like, cultural aspects of, the race is a factor, but something else is a factor. And I think that is the fact that you don't have a bra on right now.
Right, like her appearance is not that great. I mean, she looked like her hair is done. Now she got her hair done or whatever. But I just don't like what she's wearing really. And like you said, her bra, she don't have a bra on. Her breasts are way too big to not have a bra
Hmm.
on. And also she needs to look in the mirror herself, like her personality. I'm talking about look deep inside herself because obviously she probably have that angry black woman mentality.
Oh, well, yeah, that too. Well, I mean, think about what just happened. Like, Kendra G didn't even ask her anything as she went on this whole diatribe.
Right.
So, I mean, I'm pretty sure that that's what her interactions with every race of men, including black men, is
Mhm.
like. Like that's her because Kendra D didn't ask, do you date black men? No, she just said, you know, like she didn't even give like we're 2 minutes in. She didn't even give like the Kendra G challenge or whatever that is when you stand up and twirl around. Like you know,
Mhm.
she just went talking on it, which and I had this happen. She's going to be like one of those people that are annoying in that particular aspect. Even when she dates black men who don't fit that particular mold, she leads with the complaint. She leads with that particular complaint, which is annoying.
Right. So let's see what else she has to say. Fair use.
the problem with that is even the ones that do sometimes have their shit together and have good jobs, they're on the same page. They just want sex. They don't want anything serious. So it's still hard for me to date. And it's not that I haven't tried.
The crazy part is, like you said, like just talk about what kind of man you are. Stop trying to talk about black men in a negative light. You know that this is a platform that
Yeah.
has thousands of people on it, but she's one of them people who, okay, if you don't want a black man, why talk about one?
Well, yeah, and that's so yeah, she's definitely putting guys off of all races. Because if you are a white guy and you are dating her, then you obviously aren't a racist. So to hear stuff like that will be cringe. Now, as a black guy, I mean, really, after listening to her for like 2 minutes and 30 seconds or 2 minutes and 20 seconds, it's like, okay, there's nothing you could really offer me. I don't want to talk to you again. So could you put a bar on and bend over? Is
Right.
essentially what the guys are thinking. I mean, I don't think that, in this particular case is that, guys just want sex. I think that that's all she has.
Right. She's average at best, and she's definitely a side piece or a hit it and quit it.
Yeah. And primarily for personality reasons.
Right. So yeah, I could see her being with the Asian guy. Just yeah, why are black men like this? Why are black men this? Why are black men that? She's like one of the worst people.
Well, so if a guy stereotypes, you know, um, which is what she's doing, she is stereotyping black men.
Hmm.
If you're a guy who don't really if you're a guy who don't really stereotype people, but you look at the individual, you'll be put off by her because she is stereotyping.
Hmm.
She's doing the thing that you deep down, are conditioned to believe is wrong. Now, if you're a guy who do follow stereotypes and really just judge people based on, their presumed cultural behavior, then she is in the stereotype. She is a single black mother.
Hmm.
She's a black single mother. Like, so it's, which is not a good stereotype. She's yeah, it's an all around loss. I mean, she says that she's looking for in-depth conversation, but she's unable to, and I don't think she's aware of this. There isn't much depth to her.
Mm-mm.
She thinks that she's intelligent, and she thinks that she is a person that, that's deep. She's not very deep. And yeah, unfortunately, there exist guys, working black men and working men of all races, but she's not going to mention the negatives of them, that will just seek you for sex because that's all you have to offer.
Mm. Yeah, she don't look like she have anything to offer at all. But
Besides sex, like, which is
mhm.
the same thing all women have to offer.
Yeah, so she's definitely not special. She don't
Right.
stand out. But let's finish. Let's continue.
Try to date black men because I definitely have. And it just kind of ends up the same way. They just want sex. They don't want anything serious, but they will lie to you and tell you that they do. And then you'll end up realizing they don't really want anything. So I'm at a point now where I'm not having sex with anyone until we are in a committed relationship. I feel like in the past I've made mistakes and I like someone and I give up my body too soon because I think it's going somewhere that I find out okay it's not. So and that's with all races of men. I'm just gonna kind of just stick to like we're gonna talk, date, see how it goes. Once you tell me like we're in a committed relationship, then I feel like that's when the sex will come. So
Oh God.
Let me pause.
So
I know
I
you got something
definitely
to say
agree
about
with your
that.
rule of
yeah.
committed relationships and then
Okay. Thank you. Ladies, okay. If you find yourself in this particular situation, it's because you don't really have substance. What she's doing is the only thing she knows to adjust is when to have sex. That's the only thing.
Yeah.
Like people with complex personalities, let's just call it that, or intelligence and things like that. Let's just men know to adjust other things
Hmm.
because we don't have that. Oh, maybe I gave her the dick too soon. We can't we don't resort to that. So if things are going wrong, we look at a great number of things that that went wrong.
Right.
Um, like for me, for example, right in my 20s, I've been told that I need to let the woman talk more,
Hmm.
and by friends, I've been told that by friends, and turns out they were right. That I should do that more. I should practice stoicism a little bit better and things like that. And that's something that I grapple with. So, um, especially back then. So, but it's not just, but that's all she has. She don't really like, and when she looks back, when she goes back each time at where did I go wrong, it always comes back to sex. Like, where did I go wrong? Oh, I had sex too soon. Like, maybe it's some of the other stuff. Maybe it's because you start off with conversations like this, you know.
Yeah. Because honestly,
Like,
I've heard stories of women having sex the same night and lasting forever. So it has nothing to do with having sex too soon.
many of my like long-term relationships began with us having sex too soon. And this is from like, especially like back in the player days.
Hmm.
This wasn't something that's planned. This was largely because I'm lazy. And so like if I'm talking to five women and um and and the one who isn't the most attractive but she has sex with me, what happens is next week, do I really want to call the other four, or do I just call the one that I know I'd have the most fun with, even if there are more attractive ones in that cohort?
Right.
So, I mean, that has happened. Now, I mean, granted, I was very immature when that was going on, but nevertheless, that has happened. But really, when you do it, doesn't really matter if you are a woman of substance. If a man is going to like you, he's going to like you. And when you have sex, is almost completely immaterial, unless you are somebody that unless you're somebody that is celibate, like you're making a guy wait for marriage or some crap like that. That's the only way it actually works against you. But having it too soon doesn't mean anything. Well, let me take that back, because there's a lot of weird ass niggas online. I'm talking to you, audience. There's a lot of dudes. No, I'm serious. I be hearing some strange stuff from like, like, oh no, I can't get with a chick that put out to it. Like, what the fuck? Like, I don't understand a lot of the stuff you ninjas say.
Right.
I'm keep it a buck. I do not understand stuff like that. I'm not gonna punish a woman for wanting to fuck me the moment she see me. I'm not. Like, so y'all, there do exist dudes that are on that crap. I'm not. But if a woman doesn't have any substance, then that's all that's left. And the relationship is only going to last the amount of time of me until I get tired of having sex with you. She
Right.
doesn't seem like she has any substance.
None whatsoever. I agree with that.
Yeah.
Right. Let's hear what else you got to say. Fair use.
Have sex because I feel like that is, I always say this about,
Yeah.
there's a pool of men that will have sex with you, but it doesn't mean that's also the pool of men that will be in a committed relationship. So kudos to you. I agree with that rule. Let me ask you this. When did you stop dating black
So
men? Is this a new rule you just put on? You gotta wait 8 seconds. Oh wait, remember you gotta wait 8 seconds. I don't want us to get cut off. Did you just
no.
stop
So
dating black men?
it's not that.
Or is this something?
I'm sorry. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
honey, you
It's
gotta
not
wait 8
that
seconds.
I
Okay.
just all of a sudden.
Wait, girlfriend, hold on. You gotta listen because we have a lag,
Pause
and if
it.
you over talk too soon, you're.
Oops. No, did I mess up again? Oh no, it's there. Okay.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So she is annoying. Like, she's interrupting and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, she's done for. Like, this is how she dates.
Oh, I can tell.
Yeah, this
She.
is how she dates. Like, a person wants to say something and yeah, people like that. And then guys just shut the fuck up and wait for her clothes to come off. And She's like, "Oh, well, maybe my clothes came off too soon." No, no matter what, it's destined to end. The guys don't want you.
No, no man wants a woman that talks constantly to where he can't get a word in.
Well, she likes to dominate the conversation. Obviously, she's on Kendra's show, but she did most of the talking. And this is supposed to be an interview where Kendra asks the question and she answers it, but she just goes into her diatribe. So this and dates are worse because dates are presumably the guy interviewing her or she interviewing the guy, which means that he won't get a word in edgewise, and then she's like, "Oh, he has no depth," but really it's because she is her. All right.
Yeah, I agree. Let me get back to it. Fair use.
Just hold on. You gotta wait 8 seconds. Oh wait, remember you gotta wait 8 seconds. I don't want to get cut off. Did you just
No,
stop
so
dating black men?
it's not that.
Or is this something?
I'm sorry.
Okay, honey, you
It's
gotta
not
wait
that I
okay.
just all of a sudden.
Wait, girl.
I know Kendra says she had a lag and she got to wait 8 seconds, and she's just not listening to what Kendra is saying. She's just
Yeah.
like missing what she's saying, and she's still babbling on and on and on.
But still, nevertheless, like Kendra isn't like giving pauses for her to at any point, 8 seconds or not, she's still interrupting.
Oh, yeah, she's still interrupting. Absolutely. And she's not listening. Her listening skills are just out the window because the things that Kendra's asking her, she's saying other things. And it's just so much wrong with this interview.
Yeah.
Girlfriend, hold on. You gotta listen because we have a lag, and if you overtalk too soon, your response won't come out. So the question is, when did you stop dating black men? Wait 8 seconds.
Okay, so I didn't like just like, oh, I'm just gonna stop dating black men. I primarily tried to avoid black men here because of what I dealt with them, like the things that encountered with black men. Like recently, I dated someone who's black, and I found out he was sleeping around on me with like 3 different women. And me and him started out as friends first, and then we had a sexual relationship. And he lied to me, told me that he was committed to me, and it seems to be the same story with a lot of my black friends. They're with a black man, they sleep around on them with multiple people, have kids on them, things like that. My white friends, they don't deal with any of that. I know it's
That's BS because I know plenty of white people that I'm friends with and then that I had as coworkers that they're going through the same stuff that she's talking about.
Mhm.
Like their boyfriends are going to the bar and cheating and all this other stuff. So I don't know where she gets like, oh, white men don't cheat and black men do this and black men do that. That's BS.
Yeah, I mean, maybe black men cheat more, but I don't think that that's the case. Well, okay, I'll put it like this. The 80-20 rule is turbocharged in the black community. So, yeah, if you're part of that 20, so to speak, you are going to cheat. That's a part of being a part of the 20. However, the majority of black men can't be doing what she's describing, going out having a bunch of kids with, their harem of women, because 52% of black men don't are single and childless. So she's not. Yeah, there's truth in that.
Hmm. Yeah, there's truth in that, but I know all races cheat. I get what you're saying. Black men cheat a little more, but you know, all men cheat. She might get with the Asian guy and get cheated on. So I don't understand what she's
Well,
talking about.
no, what I mean is that, and maybe not Asians, but definitely with white women, there's there's a very there's more of a diverse desire, so to speak,
Right.
um, which means that guys don't really have the run of the mill like that if they are on the top of a single game. Well, it's hard to explain, so let's just play the show.
Okay, let's continue. Fair use.
stereotypical, but I that's just it's just a different world. Like with the black men that we deal with versus my friends who deal with white men or their white husbands. They're not out here embarrassing them, having babies on them. They pay their child support, they take care of their
Wait,
kids.
wait, wait,
I'm
wait,
being
wait, wait, wait,
honest. The
wait,
black men here, they don't do that. And then
I
it's
know
like,
you have something to say about that. Go ahead, GC.
wait, wait.
I knew it.
They pay their child support.
Mm, that's what she said.
They pay their child support.
Yeah.
So it's not about maintaining the longevity of the relationship. She's essentially saying, yes, when I put you on child support, I know you'll pay it. And that goes back to what Josh was saying. She was like, he said a lot of these women come to white guys like they're nice and shiny armor, like they're pushovers and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And here she is saying that I want a white guy because he'll pay his child support.
Yeah.
I
But
am going to put you on child support, and you have a reputation of paying it.
right. So it sounds to me like
Wow.
she's trying to trap a white man now.
And black men aren't falling for her trap
Right.
because we haven't spoken. We've listened to her for five. Imagine being on a date and you are a man of any race, and somebody says, and she says, white guys pay their child support more often. Like, what white guy is going to wife you or have a kid with you after they hear that? And you don't think anything is wrong with saying that. But you made it clear but within the first 5 minutes, it's 4 minutes and 55 seconds in. Within the first 5 minutes, you made it clear that you are out to hustle, to scam, to break up a family and stuff like that. And it's evident with your already broken family. So you have made that clear already, and you couldn't help but say it.
Yep. She thinking about trapping another man and getting better child support payments.
Wow. And she's
So
wondering why she's getting pumped and dumped.
yeah, that's pretty
And her
wild.
solution to her problem isn't to not say stuff like that, isn't to avoid saying stuff like that, or to listen more. Her solution to the problem is to fuck later.
Yep. Oh wow, she is a mess. Wow, this is just getting worse and worse. The more she talks, the
Yeah.
more silly she becomes.
And those titties, good God.
Those udders are touching the ground.
Huh.
Like for real. Let me see. Yeah, facts. That's Molly. But she goes by many names.
Oh
Whenever
yeah,
you
I could tell by the comment style. Yeah.
yeah, whenever you hear women complain about men not providing in masses, they are looking for money. Facts. Absolutely right.
Well, her whole thing was that she's looking for money. Like she came in broke shaming.
Yeah.
She's
Well,
essentially saying, you're not giving me enough money, black men. You're not financially providing for me. And then she says, "Oh yeah, but it's all about depth and connection and intellectual connection and all this crap." Yeah, so it's weird.
yeah, she came in with, oh, black men are not doing anything for themselves and not they don't have good jobs. She started talking about money off rip. And then she started talking about how white men got their stuff together. She obviously want her a white sugar daddy. That's what it sounded like.
No,
A
not even
white
a
baby
sugar
daddy.
daddy.
A white baby daddy.
Yeah, I mean, because it's not a sugar daddy when he's paying child support and not sleeping with her.
Yeah.
So it's not a sugar daddy at that point. It's more of a, like somebody said, like a sucker, a lick, a mark. It's just she's looking for somebody to exploit, and unfortunately, she's dealing in a community that's used to her exploitations.
Facts. And yeah, people in the chat are saying she's not bad looking, and I agree she's not bad looking, but she looks like when she do that Kendrick cam, she gonna be a little on a heavyweight side.
Those
But we gonna
titties are really
see.
getting to me.
Yeah,
Like,
it's the titties. They're just too long. She need a bra. Definitely agree with that. But fair use, y'all.
Like when you date outside of your race, people want to berate you or make you feel like, oh, you need to hold the black man down. But I'm like, they don't.
Wait a minute, you can literally see her nipples. Oh,
nobody is berating her. Nobody is berating her. She is lying.
yeah. I mean, you never know. Some people be like, "Oh my God, those titties though. Look how big." Like some men are breast men, and those do look like some big knockers. So you never know.
No, I'm not saying, like I say, they're big, my compliments on the size, but I mean, they're sagging way too much.
Yeah, facts. Now she definitely needs a bra. I don't know what made her come on Kendra, knowing that thousands are watching with no bra. You can see her nipples and everything.
She don't
Some
see anything wrong because she don't listen. Like stuff like that is a sign of a person that doesn't listen. Like when they have obvious flaws, but which I'm sure someone has told them or made it apparent to them at some way, shape, or form, but they never listen.
yeah, I can see that. Oh, shout out to Dane C with the $2 super chat. I appreciate you. He says, salute to the dynamic duo, Melly and GC. Aw, salute to you as well. And
Appreciate
thanks
you.
again. Yeah, we really appreciate you. Thanks again for that super chat. Uh, all right. Well, fair use, guys.
Don't give a shit about us half the time, but you want us to hold them down. And if I found, like I said, if I found a decent black man, then yeah, I would. It's not about skin tone, it's not about color, it's not about any of that. I'm very attracted to black men. If I could find one who had their shit together, then it wouldn't be a problem. And like I said, I just dealt with one. We have been friends for years. He presented himself to be this great black woke man, and he was
Ah,
so nice and caring and
She
loving.
said, woke.
And I found out he had a sex
Ah,
addiction.
she said, woke. I can't.
ah, ah,
I can't.
ah. Where do they find these people?
Only on Kendra G.
She
Only
is
on.
a woke man that she's a woke woman that don't date black men. Whoa.
Yep.
Whoa.
She
And
said
this
that.
this is how we know that this whole woke thing, it's a hustle. She's obviously looking for a man to financially exploit. She's looking now, so what she's doing now, and fellas, please don't fall for this. I know you're not, but please don't fall for this. Please don't, please classy. I'm not saying classy that you fall for shit, but you are a black man with your shit together, obviously. Don't call her and be like, "Yes, I got my shit together. I'm a doctor." And she do not fall for it. She she's just basically trying to shame you into giving, you what she wants. Into
Right.
you giving her what she wants. She's trying to shame you and she's trying to make it seem like the reason that she's in the situation she's in is because you are uber rare black man with a job. You are ridiculously rare, and the moment she finds you she's going to put your penis between those big ass titties. Like, but no, it's not about that. It's not about that. She is just looking to exploit another dude. You should be evaluating her, and so far her evaluation is trash, and this mating strategy is trash.
Hmm. The whole thing is just trash. Throw the whole thing away. But let's get back to the video.
And I found out he was sleeping with multiple women unprotected behind my back. And that's scary. And the rise in STDs, which we don't talk about a lot in the black community,
Why is she talking about it?
I feel like
Hmm.
we don't.
Why is she? Well, you said why is she talking about it?
No, she's like the rise in STDs, which I feel like we don't talk about. It's like, yeah, but you talk about you're talking like nobody asked you, but you're talking about it. You're talking about STD. This is how her dates go. Like, she brings the conversation to strange places just because.
Yeah, Kendra didn't ask her none of this. She just giving out information that Kendra's probably like, oh my God, like, can we get to the finding you a man part?
Well, I mean, think about a date with her. Like, and she brings up her ex, which is a no no. She brings up STDs, which is a no no. I mean, and basically, she just said that she's been sleeping with somebody who sleeps with other people unprotected. Like, I mean, everything about this is wrong. Like, these, she's just riddled with red flags, wondering why dates go wrong and dudes just pump it down.
Yeah, it's her personality.
Yeah.
Black woke man, and he was so nice and caring and loving. And I found out he had a sex addiction. And I found out he was sleeping with multiple women unprotected behind my back. And that's scary. And the rise in STDs, which we don't talk about a lot in the
Was it?
Black community.
Every man has a sex addiction. Every man has a addiction. You ditzy bitch. That what kind of crap is that? It's like
Whoa.
saying, "Yeah, I found out my dog had a food addiction." It is a what the hell?
Oh my God.
I found out he had a sex addiction. I found out my baby had a milk addiction.
Mm,
She is dumb as fuck,
right.
and she
Please.
swears she's like all in depth and stuff. She is dumb as fuck. I found out he had a sex addiction.
Well, duh, it's a man. You're a woman with big titties. What do you expect?
Like titties aside, like I mean, shit. When we not fucking, we jacking off. Like I mean, what the hell was that?
Yeah, facts.
I found out he had a sex addiction. Holy shit. Okay,
Retarded. Okay.
she's simple as fuck.
Oh my God.
Feel like we just we don't talk about that stuff. And I just feel like that's very common. They sleep around on us, they give us diseases, and they leave us with babies, and that's what they want us to hold down. Now, there are some good Black men out there. There are, but where I live at, unfortunately, the ones who are good are usually married, in a relationship, or gay. And then you have the ones that are left over, and and I saw that someone said, could it be the
You're a leftover. How
Well,
dare her call black men a leftover when she's a pass around leftover baby mama?
oh damn, you are cold. You are too cold. Too
I
cold.
mean, I'm just being honest. I don't like that. Like, pretty much she's a hypocrite. Oh, they're leftovers. Then what are you? You ain't the entree. You ain't the first freshly cooked dinner. The
Well,
entree.
she
You're
said
not.
they're married, but they're not married to her, and there's a reason for that. Like, and it's for everything we just we seen.
Facts. Like, I wonder if she ever took that weave out her head for her man to see her hair. Like things, little things like that. Like, yeah, we all wear weaves and extensions and all that. But she seems like the type that don't her man they probably not even never see her natural hair or natural skin, you know? Like she just seems like that type. She gives off those fake vibes. Like she expect her man to be a certain way, but what about the man's expectations of her?
Yeah, she needs to listen to people more. I mean, it's sad because I mean, we, you're supposed to like the only way you learn anything is from listening to people. Like that's how babies learn to talk. And that's, why they talk the language that's around them because they listen to everybody else, you know. Like she don't learn to socially adjust because she hasn't listened to her surroundings.
Right. I agree with that, JC. But real quick, shout out to Culture Invasion Podcast for the $5 super chat. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. He says, nobody will fit these women. Even me, 0 kids, never married. Plus, I'm a 6666666 over 9,000. Wow. So
So yeah, um, No, it's not. I mean, well, first of all, you exist, and a lot of men like yourself exist.
Right.
Um, and I, but I mean, would you take her seriously? And
No,
you
she's
don't have to answer that in the chat room. Of course, you wouldn't. And she's frustrated at that guys like you aren't taking her seriously, but they're not.
GC. That comment is you too. You are the same way. You
I,
have
I
your
don't have I don't have a six pack.
oh, you don't have the six pack though.
No, no. When I came up for you, my shirt's on. And now, fortunately, I have a physique to where you can't tell if I have a six pack or not.
Right, because I couldn't tell when you turned that cam on. I just saw a nice body. I didn't know whether or not you had a six pack. I
Yeah,
thought you looked
no, I
good.
took the shirt
You
off.
seem tall. You seem slim.
Hmm.
I mean, I don't have a problem with what you look like, honestly.
Oh, no, thank you, but no, I don't have a six pack, and it'll take more work than I'm willing to put in to get one. So I'm not sixing on this dude here. I'm not sixing like this dude here. Um,
Right.
but I am over 6 foot, or I am 6 foot zero. So but nonetheless, guys with at least 1 6 is not going to take this chick seriously.
No, and plus, a guy who fits that 6'6" don't want a woman who looks like that. Like, let's be honest, she's average at best.
Yeah,
Rest in peace, Seven. Rest in peace, Kevin. Sorry, Kevin Samuels.
yeah. Well, I mean, even if she was an attractive woman, like I mean, even attractive women, are eligible for a pump and dump. Her personality is just downright repulsive. Like all her being attractive would change is the amount of time we're willing to spend in her repulsive personality, to smash.
Right. I mean, it is what it is. The woman is a leftover. And how dare she call black men leftovers? How dare she?
Yeah.
When she's the biggest leftover of them all with a child. But I think Culture said something else in the chat. He
I
says,
said he has a six pack, but yeah.
yeah,
No.
but it's shy. But I
Yeah,
can
no,
tell.
I know what he's talking about. Like you can only see three at a time. Like if you flex to the left, you see like three on the left, and then if you flex to the right, the three on the left go away, but you see the three on the right. I know exactly what he's talking about.
Oh, yeah. Well, it still sounds sexy, Culture. Still sounds sexy. And I saw you on cam. You're a good looking guy. And don't worry, 5'11" is still tall. You almost 6 feet, so you still got it. You still fit that.
Hmm.
And no, I'm not flirting. You know me, I just keep it real. If GC was an ugly guy, I would say it.
Well,
You
people have met me. Somebody would have came out by now and said that I'm the ugliest thing alive. I met YouTubers before,
know,
um,
right?
but so thank goodness for that. But what's CIP? I'm curious about that.
CIP, what is that, Josh? Please explain. Oh no, he's talking to Culture Invasion podcast.
Oh,
See,
gotcha. Okay,
yeah.
all right. But yeah, let's see what you have to say.
All right, let's move on.
Type of man that you're dating. And the thing about it is, I've dated all different types of black men. It's not the
Ah,
same type. I don't have one specific type. If you treat me good and you're respectful and you have, something going for you, I'm gonna give you a chance. I'm not the type of person that's like, oh, you have to make $100,000 a year. At least make, a decent amount what I make. But I have given lots of black men a chance. The last guy, he was 50-50. I don't even like 50-50, but I did it because I liked him. I
He said, I don't even like 50-50. What does she mean she don't like 50-50?
I don't have an economic requirement, but he has to make more than me. The last guy was 50-50, and I don't like 50-50, but I did it because I liked him.
What the?
This is spectacular. Where do they find people like this?
I don't know. These are those slow people, I guess. And
Oh
she got
crap!
serious too. But Shorty, you're not even fine enough for no man to pay all the bills.
You is stuck
So
on this chick's look. That is funny.
she better be happy a man is willing to go 50-50. Right. Let me play the video.
Yeah.
Split shit with him. Why? Because I liked him. But then I found out he was sleeping around on me with 3 different women. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you give niggas chances, and then you find out they're doing that shit behind your back. And I'm like, so not only was I going 50-50
Look
on
at
this
Tasha's
person,
face.
but then you was fucking 3 bitches behind my back. And not only 3, there's probably another one. We don't even know. You see what I'm saying? So I feel like with the white men, my friends are like, well, they're going to cheat on you too. I'm like, well, would you rather cry in a Bentley or a Toyota? Because the white men, they're at least going to be providing and paying the
Did
bills.
she say, would you rather ride in a Bentley or a Toyota? So she's
No,
basically
no,
comparing
no,
white men
no,
to.
no, no, no. Let's get it right. Let's get it right. She said, "Would you rather cry in a Bentley or
Oh,
a Toyota?"
would you rather cry in a Bentley or Toyota? Wow, this chick sounds silly. I
Oh,
have no words.
oh, where do
No
they find
words.
these people? Where do they find these people?
I don't know, but that's all I can say. Mm, mm, mm. You continue.
Taking care of things. The black men will cheat on you and you'll catch them and they'll just be like, oh, well, I guess you got me. You want to take me back or not? That's how it is here. And I feel like people are going to hate on me and be like, whatever, but I know I'm not lying because I know my friends' experiences. And with the white guys I have dealt with, even the negative experiences, they're still more respectful than the black men here. I'm being honest. The black men here where I live at is a college town. So it's like a lot of white women, like a lot of interracial couples. Like my daughter, she's biracial. Her dad's German and black, so she's biracial. And I noticed that a lot of the black men here, they date a lot of white women.
So is that the problem? Is she jealous that a lot of the black men where she's from is dating interracially? Because that's what it sounds like the problem is. Because why would she even mention it? Oh, a lot of the black men here are dating white women. Like, that's obviously the problem. Ding, ding, ding. That's the problem.
Well, it's yeah, I agree. And then there's the added aspect of it. And that is, and she slipped it in there. She said it's a college town.
Mm,
So that's to be expected. Now that's a very key thing because essentially what she's saying is that college educated black men are dating white women, not the guys, not the relationship, with the last chick, where she
mm.
was just trotting in prisons looking for niggas, you know. She was having phone sex with, she's not worried about the white chick who's with all the tattoos having phone sex with a nigga that's locked up. She's not worried about situations like that. But when she see the college students do it, you know, she's all up in arms.
It's bothering her, yeah, because these younger, hotter, sexier, childless. What do you say? That's what it, right? You say that younger, hotter, sexier, childless. Shout out to you, GC. That's your saying.
Hmm.
You coined that, but yeah, these women are younger, hotter, sexier, and childless, and they're messing with black men, and that is your issue. That is her issue.
Yeah.
That gotta be
And
it.
and they wasn't checking for her like that when she was younger and her titties were upper. I'm pretty sure she was visually appealing,
Right.
but she wasn't able to sustain relationships, and that's because she has this very repulsive personality. And but she don't know that she has this repulsive personality. She thinks that she is a person of intellect and depth. And so yeah, she's been self-aware for quite some time, and she thinks that the problem's with the men, but no, it's actually with her. And it's not going to go anywhere anytime soon.
Not at all. And now I get it. I get why she said woke. The guy she dated would probably didn't date date white women. That's why she's calling him woke.
Oh,
You get it? But all the other black men are dating white women. And that's why she feels like she has no choice but to try to play for the other team because the black men aren't looking for her. They're looking for white women. So that's pretty much what I got.
yeah, is the white man looking for her? Because
No,
like she said, even a negative experience where they were respectful. I don't really. I wish that Kendra could get a word in edgewise because she would ask her to elaborate on that. Like, what's a respectful negative experience?
right. Well, let's see. Maybe she'll ask her.
Yeah.
Alright.
I have no problem with that. But the problem here is they put the white woman on a pedestal, like, oh, if you're black,
See?
you should be happy. You should.
See? She said, my problem is they put the white women on a pedestal.
Do we?
I don't think so.
I mean, in your observation, I don't really know of black guys, and I'm not talking about the ones that she's talking about. Like that one dude I went kicking it with, and it was those two fat white chicks.
Right.
I mean, he probably was putting a premium on them because they're white, but I actually no, I think he's the type that puts a premium on anything. Um, yeah, I don't actually think that regular brothers, and I shouldn't call like Pookie types irregular, but rank and file black dudes don't really put white women on pedestals like that. And I know it may appear that way to women like this, but we don't.
I
We
know.
don't. Oh, remember I told you about my cousin that I thought did that?
Mm-hmm.
So, I have this cousin who who is with a white woman, and he's, more than one, but uh and years ago, back when Game of Thrones was on, I was talking to him and I was like, hey, that one chick, and I still believe this, that one chick, the one that play on Fast and Furious, the light skinned chick, she also played on Game of Thrones. She bad as
Mm-hmm.
hell. And she was with a dude with no fucking dick. She was fucking a man with no dick.
Mm.
And so we was talking about that. This was, whenever that season came out, when they was, so we was talking about it back then. And I could have swore he said that Daenerys was hotter than her.
What?
And yeah, so yeah, and I was just like shocked, like, dang, cousin, you is on some ish if you think that. You is yeah, Natalie Emanuel, thank you. I was like, you are on some ish if you think the Daenerys Targaryen is hotter than Missandei, you is on some crap. That I don't know what to say to that crap, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um and I thought this for a long time. I thought that he was, on some fetish shit with white women, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that he was the exception because I didn't know brothers was like that. But as it turns out, I seen him at a wedding earlier this year, and he just got the names wrong.
Oh, so it was a misunderstanding. It was a mix-up.
Yeah, it was a misunderstanding because he was looking at the chicks at the wedding, and bridesmaids and shit, and and I was like, hey, cousin, I thought you was like really into like those platinum blonde type chicks, you're like, nah, I like booty. I mean, the white girls that you mess with, they got ass. So, but no, he just explained to me, he's like, nah, we must have had you crazy if you think if you think that I ever thought that she was hotter than Missandei. Like, I'm like, I
Wow.
thought she was crazy. I thought she was on some weird ass shit.
And it
So
wasn't even good.
so Amelia Clark is pretty. No, listen, I'm not saying that Daenerys Targaryen is not a pretty woman. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that she pales, literally pales, in comparison to Emmanuel something or other, or Natalie Emmanuel. She
Mm.
she is like in a whole different league of attractiveness.
Right.
So, but my point is, the point of that story, that quick story, was nobody's really like that, like brother. I don't know a brother who's like that, like that.
Mm.
I don't, you know.
You don't know any.
I mean, if I think real hard, I probably could. And I actually know color struck dudes that are into light skinned women, but I don't know brothers who put it like this. I never had a dude brag that he slept with a white girl, as
Mm.
if that's an accomplishment that's greater than sleeping with a black one. That hasn't happened, and keep in mind I'm in my early 40s, so this is over a long span of time. Like, yeah, that hasn't really happened.
I've heard guys brag, "Oh, I got me a snow bunny." Oh my god! Like I've heard that.
Maybe they come from a place where it's not diverse.
Probably.
So yeah, if you live in like, where's fantastic? Jacksonville, Florida or some crap like that, which I'm assuming that everybody is not only black as hell. I could imagine like there you get something rare, you know. And yeah,
Mhm.
there is a brag to that. Just like, like I would brag if I slept with, I don't know, y'all know my list.
What
Um
Megan Good?
well, no, not Megan Good. I'm talking about like a ethno, like, I mean, it's not really a brag, it's just more of an accomplishment for me to sleep with a fully freckled ginger. Cause I had redhead, but I haven't had like a fully freckled ginger. I tell my friends like, "Hey, yeah, she had freckles and shit." But what else? What else? A goth white girl. I've been with regular white girls, but let's see, a goth white girl,
Hmm.
a
Yeah, you
deaf
said you
one.
wanted golf, and I think you said you wanted like a pure white, like did you wait like really really white pale? Is that what you said? I'm trying to think because you had a
Maybe I say a lot of shit when I talk about my bucket list. And I
yeah
might have said that, but I don't have like a desire for that now, like a super pale one. And I've been with paler white girls. It's nothing spectacular, but no. Typically, the bucket list is something like
a
that
midget.
hasn't
You
been
said you're a
done.
midget.
Yeah, I said a midget. Yeah, exactly. So um, yeah, and I would say it, but it doesn't mean I put midgets on a premium. It means that you know this is something that I want to do before I die, and that is fuck a midget. And yeah,
Oh, somebody said a hippie pit haired white girl.
that one, yeah, that's what it was. And not a hipster, a
Yeah,
hippie. Yes.
yeah, I
Um,
remember you did say
that's
that.
what it was. Yeah, that's what it was. So, but I mean, it's really the hippieism. I mean, so, but no, what she's describing don't exist, at least not in large numbers, and especially not in Missouri, which is, I'm assuming, a place with a lot of white women. Like, how are you putting them on a premium when they're 90% of the population? It's not rare.
Yeah, yeah, it's not.
Somebody
Um,
said a porn star. No, I've actually and I showed Melody her thing. I actually did sleep with a woman who later became a porn star. Not a star, but they call them all stars. But I did sleep with a woman who who later did porn, and she gained weight after, and she actually didn't. It's a long story with her, but later she did porn. I will tell you this part of the story. When I met her, she was in LA, which is very far from where I was. But when I met her, she liked to be seen having sex, and she was also very young, and she had the job of getting paid to be naked for artists and photographers. So she definitely had that in her. Like, I wasn't surprised when I found out later that she was doing porn.
yeah, she just liked being naked.
Yeah, she liked being naked and she liked being seen being naked, which some women do, and she was one of them.
Right.
But no, to make a long story short, afterwards she got into drugs real bad. Um and
Hmm.
yeah, so and then she was like, "Oh yeah, GC, I'm doing porn now." Was she like, no, she was brown.
She was brown. Well, we already know that you have a thing for chocolate women.
I don't know if I have any particular fetish when it comes to like skin color. I mean, I don't like the super white ones where you can see their blood through their skin. Yeah.
Classy, hi classy.
Yeah,
See,
I mean, so it wasn't that the relationship ended with her, Classy. We was just, friends with benefits. We didn't have that term back then, but that's what we were. And those benefits were limited because of the distance between us.
right.
So, I mean, I'm like, okay, I'll be in LA, with my homies, and I'm like, hey, let me slide through, and then it's like, okay, we did the thing, but then years later, I'm um, like, hey, we need to go to LA for such and such reason, and then I call her up like, hey, I'm gonna be in town, and come to find out, that is when she hit me with everything, like, you know, um, like drugs. She didn't remember me. She was like, man, through that stage in my life, I've done so much that I don't even know who you are now. And then she told me about the porn that she was doing. She gave me her porn name and all that stuff. So that's a story with her. But it wasn't like like she became a cokehead or something like that, and we broke up. Nah, it wasn't even a real relationship.
Right. Makes sense. But fair use. Let's see what she says next.
Be feeling lucky that I'm even giving you the time of day because you're a black woman. That's kind of how they treat us here. Like we're the last option. And when we do get picked, we should just be grateful with whatever they give us. And when you're a woman who has something going for yourself, a black woman at that, and you say, I don't want to put up with this. I have standards. I have boundaries. Then the black men are like, well, I guess your ass is going to be single. And I'm like, you know what? I would rather be single than put up with you. And so that's why I don't date black men all the time. However, if there is a nice black man watching this live that has their shit together and
Ha.
lives around the Columbia, St. Louis, Kansas City area.
So after saying all that about black men, just bashing and saying negative things and saying how broke black men are and how much they cheat, now she's like, but if there's a nice black man, like, get the heck out of here with that.
Yeah, she is something spectacular.
Yeah, like what black man want you after you just sat there the whole interview? How many minutes? It's been 8 minutes and 36 seconds. All you did was talk bad about black men. But
Hmm.
now you're gonna say, what if any black man want me? Get out of here with that.
Yeah,
That doesn't make sense.
agreed.
Why is it? It's going slow.
It's buffering.
It's buffering.
What was that 536?
Huh?
Eight
8:36.
thirty
And
six.
that's different. But I'm telling you, Kendra, it's horrible. It's horrible out here.
Okay, because I want to give you the space to speak freely. So let me just ask you this question. So the reason I asked you, when did you stop dating black men? Because I guess my question is, if you now are dating outside of your race, why are you still single? Like, why didn't you settle down with
Thank you.
somebody outside of your race if that's what you're focusing on? Wait
That
8
is my
seconds
question.
before you
Yes.
respond.
Yeah, that was a really good question, Kendra. And I think we
That was my
all,
first question too. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, but she not married to a white man either. So I want to hear this. Let's
right.
see. Saggy titties. Let's see.
Honestly, it's by choice. I just went on a date this evening. I just got back from a date. And it's not because I want to say like just because you go out with someone and they're nice and you like them and the vibe is right doesn't mean that that person's for you. There's plenty of times you can go on a date and you like someone and you're cool, but it's just like I'm not feeling it. And there's been times where I have maybe tried a relationship and I'm like, okay, it's just not there. I feel like a lot of times people just don't want to be single so bad that they'll just kind of jump into the first thing that they see or the first thing that they find. And I know a lot of people are like, well, why are you on this dating thing? I like your show and I watch it. And I've actually been on here before. And you probably don't remember me. It was like a year ago. It was a while ago. And a bunch of men from like Africa and stuff were trying to talk to me, which I don't live in Africa. So, but I feel like I just want to make sure because I was married before. Me and my husband, we divorced in 2017. I probably should add that in there. We've been divorced for a while, and I want to make sure the next person that I get with, the next person that I bring around my child, is somebody that I really want to stay with. I'm not necessarily like in a rush to just jump into something, but I feel like maybe by getting on here, my pool will be better or like a bigger pool of men to like get exposed to than what's here in Columbia because it's a really small town. And I feel like, you know what I mean?
I get that. I get that. So again, I'm still just kind of confused because I'm trying to see if you're open, if your truth is your truth and you have the right to decide what you want. But if you don't want to date black men and you made this decision whenever you made it, like, are you saying the experience in other races is better? And if so, why hasn't that become
And
into
that's
a
what I'm saying.
relationship?
Like, I have met guys of other races that are nice. They just weren't for me. Like, it wasn't like a relationship thing. Maybe we liked each other and we just weren't vibing like that. Like, it was just like, oh, it's friends. And then I work a lot.
It sounds like the problem is you. Like,
Well, I mean, because according to her, it seems like she gets with a black guy and the vibe is right, but the relationship don't last. But she tried every other guy, but the vibe just isn't right.
make it
No,
make
she's had failed relationships with others.
right.
She's not going to admit it because she's at the point in life to where she can't say that all men are the problem. So she's going to make excuses for other groups of men always.
Like seriously.
You know, she's going to make excuses for other groups of men because if she says black men ain't crap, white men ain't crap, Asian men ain't crap, then, you know, she's going to have to conclude that she's the problem. Like culture invasion says, like she's the problem. But she don't want to admit that, so she's going to keep it localized and make excuses like, oh yeah, I just wasn't ready. Like, really? You know, what about that time he called you the N-word and, you know, and threw a banana at you? Yeah, I wasn't ready.
Ridiculous. Oh, she's actually getting on my nerves.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what's like dating her. This is 11 minutes and 4 seconds in. Like, and she interrupts Kendra. Like, yeah.
Yeah, she's really annoying. I can't wait till she does Kendra Cam. Oh my god.
Too. I work at the hospital, so I work 50, 60-hour weeks. So I'm not gonna lie, like my dating life has been kind of non-existent lately because I work so much, and then I have my daughter because I share custody. So my primary focus has not been dating and relationships right now. I go on dates.
Okay, so we kind of got that. So I'm gonna move forward, but is there a specific race that
No,
you desire?
I'm not saying that I won't ever date black men. I'm saying that primarily since I've been living here, I don't.
Well, girl, I don't know if black men gonna want to date you
I
after
mean,
they see this.
that's just my experience. I'm sure there's plenty of black men who feel like we're ghetto and ratchet and loud and all types of stuff. So I mean, it's everyone's experience. That's just my experiences with men. Like I said, I'm sure there might be a decent black man out there who has their shit together. I just haven't met one yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
And all you can do is speak from your experience. Let's keep going. So this is Taylor, Missouri, 30, Aquarius, 8-year-old, and she works in ER. So we kind of got the kind of man you're looking for. What are your deal breakers? Wait 8 seconds. And Taylor, bring the camera up a little bit.
It's just the way, like, how I'm sitting it. That's all I can sit it on, kind of. I mean, okay. I feel like, obviously, like, liars, cheaters, someone who's just not financially stable, someone who isn't really looking for something serious, kind of like playing games, and then no alcoholics, no pass out. Like, if you're sober, that's okay, but I dated someone who was an alcoholic and I was in an abusive relationship, so I'm not comfortable dating anyone with a drinking problem or drug problems. That's about it.
She telling all her business. I was in an abusive relationship with an alcoholic. Like, she's saying so much things that people don't need to know. Like, we're all strangers to you. There's thousands of people watching. Why do we all have to know that you were in an abusive relationship and he was an alcoholic? Like, we know your whole life because you just sat there and told it to a bunch of strangers. She's like an open book.
She talks too much. She can't stop talking.
She talks way too much. She's just an open book. That's why she can't keep a relationship, because she tells her whole life story the first date. And they're like, oh no, this lady is crazy. I gotta get away.
That is classic.
Yeah,
that is classic. You can't make this shit up. Yeah.
You really can't. Rest in peace, Kevin Samuels, but you cannot make this up.
Okay. Does he have to, well, I guess you can still answer this. Does he have to look a certain way and make a certain amount of money? Wait 8 seconds.
No. I'm not super physical. Like, it's not like you have to be like so good looking or anything. I think it's just like there has to be an attraction between us. Just like, I mean, it doesn't have to be a specific height. I'm 5'7.5", so he could be like 5'8", 5'9". That doesn't matter. He could have long hair, short hair. I actually have locks underneath of this, so he can kind of be whatever. Just take care of yourself. Just be clean cut.
You said
Underneath, this is a lace front.
locks?
I have locks under this.
Ooh, locks, black girl.
No,
Won't date
listen.
a black
I didn't say I won't date one. I said that I have not met one.
Oh my God, she's telling so much business. This is a lace front. I got locks underneath. Like, why did the whole world have to know that? Like, she just talk entirely too much.
This is classic. Classic.
It really is.
Who is serious and who has their life together and who really wants a relationship. Like, they're all just kind of play around here and they don't have their shit together. I'm attracted physically to black men. That's what I'm saying. It has nothing to do with the fact that I'm not attracted to them. It's almost like if you keep doing the same thing over.
Why does she keep bringing that up?
If you keep running into black men,
What?
Why does she keep bringing that up? Like, I'm attracted to black men. It's not physical. Like, she's about to go back to complain about black men again.
That's the thing. She really want a black man, but she just know that they don't want her.
Well, no, she's trying to, get black men to come to her, like, oh no, I can do better than the black man that she described.
Right, but
it's a call to virtue is essentially what it is.
I get what you're saying. But she obviously don't think she's good enough. She keeps saying how attracted to black men she is, but she just want to talk bad about them all day. Like, she's obviously jealous because black men don't want her. That's the thing. They're choosing Becky over her, and it's really getting to her. That's my theory. But let's get back into the video.
Right.
Aren't great and don't treat you well, and all different types of black men. Are you going to keep going back? Probably not.
But you are going back. You still said that you did them.
Because
She said she is going back because she still dates black men.
Right.
that's almost like, first of all, I honor your experience. So let me say that. I honor your experience. But it's almost like a white person having bad experience with black people and then saying the whole black race is bad because of their experience. Now, we would know that's not true. You cannot hold us accountable for your experience, the whole entire race. Now, I do acknowledge your experience, and that's real. And I also do believe black women might have to consider dating outside their race. I'm a black woman. I will never date outside my race. I went on 2 dates with white men, and it just wasn't for me. Like, I am a black woman too, but I've also had very horrible experiences with black men. So I think the challenge is this. It's not that I'm okay with you being open, because you should be open, but to put a blanket of all black men are bad because of the experience you had. But that's what did you say?
He's interrupting.
Okay, to be clear.
Here where I live.
Yeah, like Kendra didn't pause. There was no period after her sentence. This lady just butted in.
Yeah.
That have their shit together. And as I said before, there could be someone watching or a decent black man. I'm just saying that what's here where I live, it's not good options. It's just not. And it's not me downing all black men. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that the options here, they're not good. Every black woman I know, the black men that they deal with are trash. I don't know any black woman here, unfortunately, dealing with a black man who hasn't cheated, who hasn't abused them, who hasn't, you see what I'm saying? Like, and even when I grew up, I didn't grow up watching a good black man. My dad cheated on my mom all the time. So that's what I'm saying. When you're raised in a community where all you see is black men treating their women like shit, and then you grow up and then you date and then you're around a bunch of black men treating you like shit, but other races are treating you like you feel like you should be treated, that's gonna make you want to go outside of your race. It's not that
other races are treating you like you want to be treated. It's just that we don't vibe. Like, remember she said that? So you don't vibe with people who treat you like you want to be treated, apparently.
Right. She don't vibe. Like, when she go out on dates, they just don't click. So why is she still trying to get with guys who don't want to be with her?
And then she says she has enough time. She don't have enough time, like, when she was talking about dating white girls, it's like, oh, or white guys, it's like, oh yeah, I don't have time because I work 56 hours a week and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But it's like, sweetie, then you won't have time for a decent dude either. Like, I mean, if you don't have time for these dudes, you don't have time for any dude.
Exactly.
And especially, she's like, I'm trying to date outside my area. I'm trying to open up. Like, you don't have time for a relationship with guys that you see physically all the time. You know.
Right.
So yeah, it seems like she's not really looking for a relationship. She's looking to get her shit off. And I'm surprised that she's 30, that she's only 30. Nothing about her face, but like her titties sag too much for 30.
Yeah, but sometimes when you have extremely big titties, they naturally sag.
At 30? Like that bad?
Yeah. Yeah. Like the women
Because I
I know.
mean, like it seems like she went through like decades of not bra in order for like she had big titties for decades unbrawed in order for them to get like that.
That can be it, but GC, a lot of women when they have babies and they breastfeed,
Hmm.
that makes their titty saggy, unfortunately. But
Okay.
I've
I'm just
heard
saying, like
stories.
she either had, like, I mean, she only had one baby, so which means that it had to have been big, like to
Yeah,
hold the breast down and shit, because that's a lot of sagging.
yeah. That breast milk will make that happen,
Mm.
you know?
Yeah,
So it's crazy, but somebody said she needed to start early. 15 years of gravity. All right, y'all got some interesting comments, but let me get back to the video. Fair use.
I don't feel like I would want to end up with a black man because that would be great. I would love to. I just can't find one that meets what I.
Well, girlfriend, you
Yeah,
have a
he's
biracial child's
biracial.
father,
He's
right?
black and white.
You said his. So, I mean,
Yeah,
he's black and white. He's part Caucasian. So,
everything
why
that
didn't
looks
that
good
work
on
out?
paper is not going to always be good in real life. Just he's phenotypically and what on paper looks good, right? But we're not together for a reason. He didn't treat me right. He didn't treat me with respect, and it's not.
And you feel like
No,
that was the black side that didn't
no,
treat you with respect? It
that's
should
what
have
I'm
been the
saying.
white
So
side.
what I think is this. I feel like every time black women say something negatively about black men and their experiences, where it's almost like we're judged, like we're not allowed to feel the way that we feel. I understand that you are for the black men. I'm not saying that they're not great black men out there. I'm just saying that
he is not
realistically,
listening to
the
Kendra at
majority of
all.
black
She's
men that
not,
are in
because she keep going back and back to what she was saying.
Yeah.
She's really not listening.
my surrounding area are not. It's just like,
She's
What
saying
do you mean?
yeah,
Like,
she keeps saying the same thing over and over and over and over. She's just talking in circles. Like, get to the love connection.
Yeah,
Stop
this.
saying the same thing over and over. It's what's it been 17 minutes and 27 seconds and she still didn't get nowhere.
Oh God, this is horrible.
It's awful. I'm waiting for Kendra to get her. Because Kendra,
I
she
went
had
for like the Kendra
communication.
cam and all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that.
okay, 'cause that could be
I
fair.
that's
Are you
another thing.
willing to
I share
relocate
custody,
to a
so I
better
can't. It's not my
area?
choice. I have a child. I share custody, so I'm kind of like stuck here, and that's the part that sucks because I can't move, and neither can he because of we share our. It's just a bunch of legal stuff. So if I could move, yes, I would probably have a lot better chance. And I think the thing about it is, even with my ex-husband, like I left him and he admitted, like, I could have treated you better. I could have did this and that. We got married really young. I was 21. How many people get married super young and it doesn't work out? You know what I mean? Now I'm at a place where I'm still responsible. I only have one child. You know what I mean? I'm
Ah,
still dating and trying to live. Your 20s is when you're
Got something to say?
she said I only got one child.
Right. I only got one child. That's enough. You have one child, you're not even with
Oh,
the child's father. That's enough.
just like the person said I only have one felony.
Right. Like, you still slept with a man raw, had a baby, and y'all broke up. So,
Oh,
at the end of the day, yes, you do have one child. And it's not anything to say only with.
oh. I'm gonna start saying only to everything. I only have one STD.
Right.
Uh,
Right. Oh my God.
oh crap!
Let's get
I
back.
only got one aid.
I only got one lead. I only got one herpes.
I only got one herp.
OMG.
Oh crap!
Oh my God. This is great. This
Oh,
is
this
great
shit.
content.
Yeah.
All right, let's get back into it.
You're supposed to date and have different experiences and make mistakes. Clearly, I'm 30 now. I've done those things. So I'm ready and I'm willing and I'm looking for someone. And have I tried to date black men? Yeah, I just told you. I was seeing a black man last year. It did not work out because he was lying to me and sleeping around on me. That is not necessarily something
Pause
that
it.
all black men
Dang,
do.
I hate to have to pause it so much, but this chick.
It's everything she says, right?
Yeah. Because so she's saying that your 20s is when you're supposed to be fucking around, and I've been messing with a dude last year when you were in your 20s, but he was fucking around.
Right. But you just said it was okay to fuck around in your 20s. But see, she has a double standard. She thinks it's okay to fuck around as a woman in your 20s, not a man.
Yeah.
That's how I'm taking it.
Wow. Just wow.
She sounds ridiculous.
She does.
I'm in trend here with the black men. They just sleep around on you. They lie. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was also broke. He lied to me about his income. Told me, oh, I'm about to make 6 figures. I made more money than him. And it was just like he was faking and lying and doing all this stuff. And he didn't even have to do all that. He could have just been honest with me, and it would have been okay. But he lied, and then he was sleeping around on me. So I'm saying every experience I've had with a black man, he was like the icing on top of the cake for me. I'm just like, you see what I'm saying?
Okay.
I have no problem with
black
people. I'm black, clearly. I love black love. I would love to find a black man. I'm just having a really hard time finding it. And yes, the white men that I have encountered have
Okay, she has a pretty face.
and that's just my experiences.
I was so distracted by her sagging titties.
No,
I
her
didn't
face
notice
is
her
very pretty.
I didn't notice her face. But yeah.
I agree. I said that. I said she was a good looking woman. It's just her
I,
titties.
her titties sag so much I could not not see them.
Right.
Like I couldn't notice anything else about her.
No, it's just her titties and her personality. Her personality is a huge turn off.
Oh, absolutely.
So it's the titties and the personality. It's blinding you from seeing her beauty.
Agreed.
All right.
Agreed.
And you're not the only one.
But I go back to that. The white men have treated you better, but they're still single. So, I mean, but hold on. Before that, because I want to respond to that. Because that's where you're saying the white, hold on. I'm going to let, we can't overtalk because we have a delay. And I want to make sure you're heard. But that's where it gets challenging because you say the white men have treated you better, but they still haven't made you a girlfriend or locked you down. So what is the situation? Wait 8 seconds and then respond.
Okay, so it's not necessarily like that they haven't, because I have had relationships with white guys. They're usually in because of me. The white guys that I've had relationships with, while they treated me nice, while they might have been good to me, yes, some of them might be clingy and be like, I love you in 2 weeks. And I'm like, that's too much for me. Or some of them might be controlling. The race of a person doesn't necessarily mean that I'm going to stay with them. It's not like I'm saying white guys are better than black or Indian guys are better.
You are saying that. She said it's not like I'm saying white guys are better than black. That's exactly what you have been saying the whole time.
Well, when white guys are involved, the problem is her. When black guys are involved, the problem is them.
Right. Oh wow. This is like cringe conversation.
It is.
Experiences have been better. You can have better experiences with somebody and still not end up with them. It doesn't mean that just because I am having a lot worse issues with black men that I don't have issues with white guys, or Indian guys or Asian guys. I date all nationalities. It's not just white men. But what I'm saying is the options here for men who have their stuff together. Unfortunately, the black men are kind of at the bottom. Like a lot of them they don't have a good job. They're not taking care of themselves, their kids. their normal everyday stuff. Like honestly, you literally have to ask for the bare minimum here from our black men, and they can barely do that. And then when they just do the bare minimum, like have a job and their own place and a car, then they want you to be grateful for that. Like, oh, I have my own stuff, so you should be happy. And also, when you make more money than them, that's another issue I run into. Making more money than the black guys that I date, they treat you differently. They act like, they act like, oh, well, I don't got to pay for you. You got it. Why do I need to do this? They want to go 50-50 on everything. They want to treat you like a man. Why should I do this for you? Because you make more money than me. I know you got it. That's what I'm saying. The white guys, never have I been out with a white man or Indian man or ever have to pull my wallet out, have to ask them for anything. Unfortunately, it seems like a lot of the, even black women here, it seems like the generations before us that raised us, they're not raising us and teaching us how to love and how to be in healthy relationships. They're not teaching us about therapy. They're not teaching us about how to
Teaching you
communicate
how to
with each
wear a
other and
bra.
talk to each other. And I feel like other
Right. I wish she would put a bra on. She's probably one of those women who never wear bras.
Well, she's
Because,
obviously Melody. Women don't sag that much, especially at 30, if they wear bras regularly. She don't
yeah,
wear bras.
that's true. She don't at all. And that's a shame because, like you said, she has a really pretty face. That can be why she's having a problem dating. Guys probably look at her sagging titties and be like, nah, because if I do give her a child, her titties gonna sag even more. So I'll pass.
With her, it's all personality. Like she's really annoying.
Yeah, she talks too much. She hasn't shut up. Like I can't even remember one thing Kendra said. That's how much she talked.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Kendra asks questions, and she don't. Not only does she not answer the question,
Yeah,
she
she's not really answering. She keeps going around in circles with the same thing about black men. Same thing about black men.
yeah, exactly.
races, it seems like their parents instill that in them. I can have a conversation with a white man or an Indian man or anybody else that I can't have with a brother or a black man because they're defensive, they have their guard up, they don't want to speak to you. It's just different. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just different. And it's harder to be with a black man here today than it is with other races because I feel like they're just more open. And that could also be for me being a military child. Because, like I said, I grew up in the Army. I've been all over the world, different nationalities. So to me, I don't look at it as like a big thing. My dad, he's married to a white lady. Like, it's not a huge deal for me to date outside of my race. But to people who haven't been to other parts of the world or who are closed minded, they look at it as, well, you don't want to date black men. That must mean you just don't like black men. No, it means that what I want, the standards and the things that I'm requesting, they can't give me. So I have to go elsewhere. I have to go outside of my race. You see what I'm saying?
So now hear me out. I totally get what you're saying. And the thing that has been clear, the quality of black men that you desire is
Yeah.
not in your environment. And that's, I don't live in your environment, so I'm going to take your word for it. But where you lose me at is you dated outside your race, and according to you, you're leaving these men. You're able to talk to them. They come well established. Like they're not cheating on you. You've dated Asian, white. So it's almost like, well, what would please you? You dating those men, and those men you say you walk away from, but not because of the reasons of the black man. It's like, what is gonna
It's not
satisfy you enough to
about
be in a
not being
relationship? Because
Huh?
No, I'm just saying. Kendra's asking the question that I would ask. I like that.
Yeah, Kendra changed a lot. Like she's becoming more red pill. She's seeing it.
That's because she listens to people unlike this chick.
Yeah, she's seeing more from the men's lens than the women nowadays. You know what I mean? Like before, she was more sisterhood, but now I think after Kevin Samuels spoke with her, she just changed. Remember that episode of Kevin Samuels?
I think it was a while because I noticed a change like after he passed.
Right. She changed after he passed, but I guess she listened to what he was saying.
Well, I think that after a while of doing what she does and listening to both sides, she's kind of understanding what men are going through. Because you can't like listen to, you know, you listen to enough women like this and you're like, okay, it's hard out there for black men.
Like seriously, it really is. It really, really is. And that's coming from me, a woman. So but I see what you guys are going through.
Well, I
If
mean,
you're dating,
in all right, she should date Fantastic.
Mm,
Um, and here's why I say that. Because if she was, and I know Fantastic has a type, and I think that she's light enough. Well, even Neil, who's still date dark skinned women. So from the range and everything that he gave, the age range and all that good stuff, she fits that particular criteria.
right,
And he has an income as well. So he meets her surface criteria.
right.
Um, if she was serious about dating the Kendra dating, then she would have hit him up. She would be in his inbox because he did this what, a month ago. So she would be in his inbox, but she's not, and for a very clear reason, and that's because she's not serious. She's just here to get her shit off and hoping to find like a truly balling ass simp that would put up with her shit.
And she probably will. That's the sad part. She probably will.
Yep.
dating outside of, you have to wait. You have to wait because I sit and listen. If you're dating outside of your race, which we've got, and I get that. I'm just still trying to figure out why the hell you're still single because you have the other options, but you don't want those options either. Wait 8 seconds.
So it's not about me not being happy enough. Some things just don't work out. It has nothing to do with, oh, you're just not good enough for me. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I dated these guys. Either we vibe, we didn't vibe, or maybe it just didn't go anywhere. Maybe we didn't have chemistry, but we were cool. We liked each other. You see what I'm saying? Or maybe, like I said, I dated a guy who was like, I love you after 2 weeks. That was a bit fast for me. So I was just like, that's a little bit too much. What I'm saying is, even though those experiences didn't end in me staying in a relationship with them, they were still better outcomes than what I've dealt with black men. That's what I'm saying.
Fair enough. Okay, fair enough. Okay, we're gonna keep going. So does the guy have to make a certain amount of money? Wait 8 seconds.
I would say like 45 to 50,000 a year.
Okay. 45.
It's not, and
That's
I'm
not
not.
high
I saw a
at all.
comment that said maybe I'm gay. I am actually bisexual, but I'm not looking. I am bisexual,
You're bisexual?
but I'm.
She's bisexual.
No,
Not so
I like
bad.
that. I like that. I like bisexual women.
Yeah.
And for obvious reasons, I mean, because it improves the chances of threesomes, but also it means that she can appreciate a woman's beauty the way I can. Typically, women like that they really know how to enhance their own beauty.
Mhm.
So yeah, I don't mind bisexual, but yeah, she's crazy as hell. Like on paper, she probably would be good. But then you turn the camera down, she take the bra off, and then like that's when all the shit starts getting real.
Mm. Crazy, right?
Yeah.
I'm not looking. Listen, somebody said maybe she's gay, so I was responding. I do like women too, but I am on here looking for a man. I was just responding to the comment.
Would you date a black woman?
I
or
would,
she's
but I'm
not
saying
good
like
enough for
I
you?
don't want a relationship with a woman. I like women, like they're beautiful and they're fun to be. Women are fun to be, but I don't want a woman like to be in a relationship with. No, I need like a man, a strong, manly, man, not a woman. Yeah.
So what she's saying is she likes to sleep with women, but she want to be in a relationship with men.
Yeah.
Pretty much what she's saying.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
But to me, that's confused. No, bisexual people are confused whether it's a male or a female. To me,
Don't
they're
care.
just confused.
Don't care.
So what if you get with someone and you really feeling her, you guys have started family and everything, but she leaves you for a woman?
I mean, I wouldn't feel worse than if she left me for a man. Like she left me, and so
Okay.
yeah, it's all the same. Someone says yes, it's confused. I don't care.
Mm.
I don't care. What the fuck? You think that is the type of crazy that deters me? Do you know how crazy women are, just on a base level? So that being the case, that is like a beneficial crazy.
Right. You thinking with your man's, somebody said, with your head down
Oh,
there.
what if I am?
Yeah,
The
GC.
reason why you here is because your daddy thought with his man's. What in the fuck else are you supposed to think with when dealing with the opposite sex?
Oh, God. I guess, GC. All right.
Let's do
No, we
did
didn't.
we do the Kendrick Cam already, Taylor? I don't think we did.
Let me.
Let's do the
Let me
Kendrick.
The
finish the
moment
other
of
route.
truth.
Oh crap!
Okay.
All right. So, what's your take on her body?
It don't match her face. She's like the reverse of the other chick, whose body
Right.
also didn't match her face, but it was the opposite way. She's
Yeah.
bigger than her face would suggest. I'd say that. Let me say that.
Yeah. Like she got a stomach there.
All right, we see you, Taylor.
Yeah, we see you.
All right, Taylor. All right, so don't forget we got this lag, so we just gotta just wait 8 seconds after me. When was your last relationship, sweetheart?
Oh, sorry.
Taylor, you have to wait 8 seconds.
My last relationship was a year ago.
Was it a man
He
or
was a man.
was it a man, right?
So,
Okay, was he black? It was a black guy, right?
But I was seeing someone after that. That was the black guy that I told you. We weren't in an official like relationship. I was.
Okay, fair enough. You don't have to answer, but I'm gonna ask. When's the last time you was intimate with someone? Wait 8 seconds.
Yeah, I'm gonna decline to answer that.
No worries. Taylor, what are 3 flaws you have to work on? Wait 8
Ah,
seconds.
only three. I gotta hear
Okay.
this.
I think that I have been working on it, jumping into relationships too quickly, which is a problem that I have had in the past, and I've been doing pretty well because I've been single for a year, a little over a year. I would say divulging too much of myself, like early on, because I feel like that's
Okay,
screwed
that's
me in
true.
a lot of relationships. I tell men like all my deepest, darkest, because you think you're connecting with them, but really you're just giving them information to use when they
That
want to
is so
manipulate you,
true.
because that has happened, like for sex or whatever. And I also feel like I'm very direct, I'm very blunt, like in how I speak. I'm very honest about how I feel, and I feel like sometimes the way it comes off might sound like rude or like disrespectful, but I may not mean it that way. So that is definitely something that I'm working on within myself. And if I'm wrong, I'm always gonna call myself out and be like, you know what, that was messed up. I shouldn't have said that. So, but that is something that I'm definitely working on. And then I know you said, oh, go ahead.
You're,
Oh no, you're good.
No,
I know you
I
said
apologize.
3, but I'm gonna say 4. I think having sex too soon is something that
Ah,
also, like I brought up earlier, that is something that I've been working on. That's why I'm not gonna be having sex.
Well, at least she knows she's a thought. I mean, at least she
I don't
is
think
taking
like of
accountability.
all the things she's mentioned, that's the one that's not the problem.
It's a problem. It's not a problem until it's a problem. Like for instance, when she ends up pregnant, being a single mother, that's when it's a problem.
Yeah, but she was married to the guy.
Yeah, but mistakes happen. If she keeps sleeping around with people, she can slip up. She can catch a STD, one that she probably wouldn't get rid of. So there's a lot of reasons why she need to think about sleeping around.
Okay.
Because I like to have sex. I'm sure everybody does, but I think that sometimes I think like a guy when it comes to sex, and I'm not thinking about the emotional effect that it's gonna have on me when I sleep with a man. Even though I might tell myself, oh, I'm just gonna sleep. It's not that big of a deal. When I have sex with someone, it's really an intimate thing for me. So I've definitely been trying to dial that back and waiting a lot longer, than a couple weeks or.
I believe
Yeah,
your father is a black man, correct? So what are your thoughts as a black man? What are your thoughts on your father? Wait 8 seconds.
I don't really have a relationship with my dad, actually. I don't have a relationship with either one of my parents.
What the
I
fuck?
think it's because,
Wow.
like I was
Is it
talking about
crazy?
earlier, and I know people are like, oh, this isn't a therapy session, but like for real, we don't talk about a lot of stuff in the Black community. We don't talk about abuse. We don't talk about, disrespect. Like, and I grew up in a
I hope
generation
she
where
was
your
actually
parents can
abused
kind of just
because she just
say
implied
whatever
that.
to you and treat you any kind of way,
Huh?
and you're just supposed to take it.
What'd you say?
No, no, she's implying that her parents abused her, but
That's really
I don't know if
sad.
they really did. Yeah.
I really hope not.
It. And I feel like my mom, she came from a generation of abuse. So the things that my mom did to me or allowed to happen to me, or
Uh-oh.
even as an adult, I still went through. I decided I had.
Yeah, you're right. It sounded like she was abused.
Actually, it sounds like she went through things that she called abuse.
Hmm.
Like she said, my mom went through a generation of abuse. Like, there's no such thing as a generation of abuse.
Right.
Like, hey, yes, we are from the abuse generation.
Right.
Next will be the MTV generation, followed by the followed by the cell phone generation. Like, what the hell? When was the abuse generation? Now, I think she's confusing like corporal punishment with abuse. And
Maybe.
like my mom came from a generation where corporal punishment was a thing, and now, nobody really does that anymore. And so, but except her mom, and she's like, okay.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Well, let's hope so. Let's hope it's not like physical abuse from her parents.
Corporal
'Cause
punishment is physical abuse, but it's not. Yeah, like spanking. Mr. Know said it best. Like
I'm
she's
thinking,
probably calling spanking abuse.
right. I just hope she wasn't abused. That's terrible. I mean, we all got spankings. We all came. Anybody who grew up in the 90s, in
That's
the
my point, and that's what
2000s,
she's calling the abuse generation.
right?
Like, oh, they were the abuse generation.
No, that wasn't abuse. I can honestly say the whoopings that I had, the spankings that I had, I probably deserved them. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, and I do feel like some kids need them nowadays, but it's just
Yeah,
illegal now.
but I mean, kids, they treat a spanking like you just put your cigarette out on their tongue or some shit.
Oh,
Like,
that's horrible. Yeah, that's
yeah, I
how.
think I've seen that on a movie or something.
Yeah.
Like on a movie about abuse. Like that's what they considered abuse to be like in the 80s. Shit like that.
Right. Yeah, putting soap in your child's mouth for cursing and stuff. That's abuse.
I was at a daycare center where she threatened to do that but never did.
Did you tell your mom?
My mom didn't care. I mean, it's a threat. It's an empty threat. So yeah, back then, they would do that. But we as kids thought that they actually would do that. I remember there was one cursing little kid named Brian, and she had enough. My babysitter had enough, and she said, "Okay, that's it." And then she took him in the bathroom, and we was like, "Oh, she gonna put soap in his mouth. She about to put soap in his mouth. He gonna die from soap." And but she didn't. She put water in his mouth because we asked them.
So she
Because it
put
was like, what
water.
it tastes like. She put soap in it. She put soap on your tongue, didn't she? But no, she put water. Now there was a movie that took place in the 50s, and everybody my age know it, called A Christmas Story.
Mm.
And if you don't know, it's that movie where a little white kid wanted to buy a BB gun, wanted a BB gun for Christmas.
I
And
remember they show that every year.
yeah, they show it every year, so it's a classic movie. But you probably don't remember the scene where he cursed. He said the big F word in front of his parents,
Right.
and they showed him like standing there biting a bar of soap. So apparently maybe there was a time when that threat had some backings.
Yeah. I think like my dad and them, that generation probably got the soap put in their mouths,
Yeah.
you know. Because my dad has some stories, you know.
Hmm.
He had some crazy stories. I'm like, really? I remember when I was younger, the worst thing that happened to me My grandmother took a switch to my butt. Like she would make you pick the switch off the tree. This was back in the late 90s, you know.
Yeah, my grandma did that too. Yeah.
Yeah, and if you picked the skinny switch, she would send you back to get another switch. No,
Nah,
that's not thick enough. You know, you better go, or I'm gonna pick it for you. Go pick the right switch, and I'm gonna pick it for you. You know, like
no, my
that's
grandma didn't do that because, and you don't notice because of the way your grandma was, but there is no good switch, and I've been switched enough to know that there's no. No, honestly,
there's no good switch.
honestly, like I know it as an adult only because I remember it as a kid, but there's no good switch. Like I picked all different types thinking that I'd get better results. You laughing, but I'm letting you know, like there's no good switch. Like your grandma didn't know that, but I think my grandma did. Like there's no good switch.
Yeah,
So
they all felt the same, probably.
yeah, yeah, you probably thought you was doing something going for the lighter switch. Grandma would hit me with that, and then hit me with the heavy switch, and there isn't a good one.
There's no difference.
Yeah.
See, my mom
So
hit me with a sandal. She hit me with slippers. She hit me with anything she can get her hands on. I got hit with the wooden spoon. You know,
yeah, but no,
whatever.
I'd rather the belt from my dad than the switch from grandma.
Yeah. No, no, the belt was bad. The belt hurt, like especially they. My sister used to babysit, and she had this plastic belt with a flower buckle, and she would take that off. Like she'd be like, "Go get me that plastic belt," and that hurts.
Nah, I didn't like it being hit by a woman. I'm be honest. Like with a man, I felt like it was a fight. It was a challenge actually. But
You felt like it was a fight and a challenge.
I mean, I could be wired different, but yeah, like it's a psychological thing. Like you know, but but getting a switch from a woman, it was just a whole different psychology behind it.
Yeah, I guess.
I don't
Now,
know.
my
I was
mom used to put her
wired
heart and
different.
soul into it. She put her heart and soul. Like my mom was really mad at me when she beat me. Like she beat me like she was mad. You know, and I'm like, damn, what did I do that bad to you to where you're that mad at me?
Hmm.
You know what I mean?
You prettier than her. Okay, play the thing. Play the thing because we
All
off
right.
on. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Look, we getting caught up in talking about our adolescence.
childhood switchings. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, hold on. Fair use. We almost done. Uh oh, it's buffering.
Oh.
Draws because I felt like that's not something I want my kid around. And my father, he doesn't even date black women. And I know you're gonna be like, did you get this from your dad? Because I really didn't. I had no problem with black men. Those are just my personal experiences of why I don't. But my dad, he didn't treat my mom very well. And I feel like I always resented him for that. And I feel like growing up, he didn't treat me very well either. Not very respectful, very narcissistic, very
Oh God.
controlling. And I feel like he just lacked boundaries.
Got something to say?
No, I just hate black women overuse the word narcissistic.
Oh yeah. So, what is the definition of narcissistic? Because I
I'll
was,
look it up, but I mean, I know its origins, and it's really named after a person that was overtly concerned with his looks.
hmm,
A gladiator and his name was Narcissus or something like that. Um, and but as I understand it, it's a person that is concerned with themselves, not just their physical appearance. That a person that's concerned with themselves, and not really the feelings and concerns of others.
and I
But
just people
fuck,
that really like that.
huh?
Somebody's going crazy over there, huh?
Yeah, it's complicated. But um, what was I saying? Yeah, so they're concerned with themselves and not others. But you see, when you call somebody narcissist, what you're saying is that that person should be concerned with me. which makes you the narcissist.
Mm.
Because she's essentially saying that my dad wasn't concerned enough with me.
Mm. I get you.
So,
So,
yeah.
mm. Okay, I never thought of that. Somebody said it's a disease. It's actually diagnosable, but we don't support mental health. Hmm.
Well, I mean, I know it's a mental illness, and however, according to Black women, every Black man has this mental illness,
Mm. Yeah,
and every Black woman is qualified to diagnose it.
right. All right. Let's see what else she got to say. Oh, my internet is real slow tonight, huh?
Hmm.
Come on, get to it, get to it. We almost made it. What the heck? 29:48. We're at. Oh no.
Either. Not very respectful, very narcissistic, very controlling. And I feel like he just lacked boundaries with me. So as far as how I view my dad, it's not really in the greatest light because and I see people like saying it's layers and layers of trauma. I'm actually just graduated from therapy. I'm very self-aware and I know who I am as a person, and a lot of people don't. So I feel like how I feel about who I want to date and the choices that I make, that's just how I feel. But I am healed. I'm not hurt or sad. I don't hate Black men at all, actually. I feel like I said, if a good Black man wants to slide in these DMs
Ah,
and treat me with respect and show me
Crazy.
what how a man is supposed to treat a woman, then I'll have no problem dating a Black man. I just want to throw that out there because I know everybody thinks I'm part of the KKK. I seen it in the comments. I'm not. I do find Black men very attractive. I've seen some very attractive Black men on here. And I have, like, oh, they're cute, but they live too far or something. You know what I mean? So I just want everybody to know I'm open to Black men. Just come correct. Have a good job. Have your own place. Don't have 1,000 kids and 1,000 baby moms. You know what I'm saying? And be respectful. That's all I want. But like I told you, Kendra, I haven't been able to find that. And yeah, so
She is so
Let me jump in. Let me
confused.
jump in. I'm actually, I don't know
mhm.
what made me ask you that question, but I'm happy I did. And I think it's fair to say your first experience with the Black man, which is your father, wasn't the best experience. And whether or not you realize how much that's playing a role, I do think that experience is playing a role. One thing I would just say, first of all, I'm not a therapist. Don't pretend to be a therapist and not equipped to be a therapist. So let me get that rebuttal off. But one of the reasons why I love Black men so much is because my father is
yeah,
just like amazing. And I saw my father growing up. Like I mean, some of y'all are familiar with my dad now. He comes in and out on this show. But when I tell you my dad did whatever he had to do for me, so he's always my first experience of a Black man. So even when I had bad experiences
yeah,
with Black men, which I've had. So I understand your dating experience. I will always settle back to, well, I know Black men are awesome because my dad's a Black man and he was amazing. So I think
yeah,
it's deep. I think it's deep rooted. I do think, and I'm gonna pray that you do meet some good Black men to change your perception. I went to a Black college, Southampton University. I know so many awesome Black men, but again, it's a different world. And you might have to leave Missouri to meet these men. You might have to
yeah,
go to different environments to meet these men because they do exist. They have good jobs. They're raising their families. They have
Oh, damn.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're at the end anyway. So,
Well, I do want to see like
oh, you
how.
want to see the rest? Oh,
requirements.
here we go.
They take care of themselves. They're community driven men. Like they really do exist. And I'm honoring your experience. And I pray that you get to meet them in your real life so it can help change your perception a tad bit. But your experience is your experience.
Yeah, and like I said, I hope I do meet one. Not that I don't. And people are like killing me in the comments. Like, I'm not against black men. I'm just telling my experience, and I think we should be able to agree to disagree. Like, everybody that's in the comments is probably like, oh, she just likes white dudes. That's not what it's about. It's about me being honest about what I experienced with black men. It's almost like when you talk about it, you're downing them. I'm not saying all black men are bad. I'm saying that's what I've experienced with black men. And so let's be real and say, yeah, there are a lot of black men out there who do that. You see what I'm saying? Like, and yes, white people do it too, but I'm black. So I'm talking about mostly my experiences with black men. That's just what it's been. And I feel like maybe instead of blaming me for my negative experiences, we need to be raising our black sons to treat women better so that other black women wouldn't have experiences. Because I know a lot of people in the comments are downing me, but I also know a lot of women watching this have experienced the same shit I have. They may not want to say it, and they want to, because they might be calling me a coon or whatever else they're saying because I'm saying what I'm saying, but I'm just being honest. This is the reality for black women. That's why a lot of us are single, because that's what we have to deal with. And for my friends who don't date outside of their race, they'd rather be single and not date anyone outside of their race because they can't find any good black men. And I'm not lying.
Listen, there's truth to what you're saying, so I'm not pushing back on that. I guess, and you have to honor yours. I think all women, black women, might have to start being open to other races. I just hate to hear when you just give up on black men entirely. But I am, but you're, well, girl, you gotta watch your back because you said in the beginning you don't want to date black men. That's
black
how you kind of got
because of my experiences.
Okay, fair enough. So she is open to a black man that knows how to come correct. So if there is a black man that knows how to come correct, or any man of any race that knows how to come to her correctly, why would he be lucky to be with you? Wait 8 seconds.
I just feel like I'm self-aware. I feel like my opinions are strong, and not a lot of people are going to agree with them, and that's why I said I'm pretty direct on how I feel. One thing about me is I'm always going to be honest with the person I'm with about how I feel, and I'm always going to be respectful. Like, we've had this conversation, but I feel like it's still, we kept it cordial. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like I can communicate with people without getting defensive, without getting upset, without, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I feel like communication is one of the most important things in a relationship, whether that's friendship or a romantic relationship. And I also feel like I'm a giver. I am also a provider. I mean, I'm not rich, but I make pretty decent money, and I'm like, I'll do for my partner just as much as they'll do for me. I just want to be treated with
Wait,
respect,
money was
and
the
I'll treat
thing
my
that
partner
she.
with respect.
Right quick, Melly. Money was the thing that she complained about this whole thing,
Yeah.
and now she's like, I'm a giver, but Bentley, white guys.
Right.
If you're a white guy listening to this, you're thinking like, wait a minute, you know, she when she's with a black guy, she's a giver. When she's with me, she needs a Bentley.
Mm-hmm. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
She doesn't sound great right now.
To white or black men, like to men
No,
and females, she sounds terrible.
sounds horrible. I wouldn't want to date her if I was a man of any race.
Well, I mean, if you hold on, right quick.
Yeah, I mean, so GC had something to do. I guess I'll read some of these comments while I'm waiting for them to come back. Uh, First of all, I need everybody in here, to hit the like button right now. Stop what you're doing, hit the like button. Stop what you're doing, share on your platform. Stop what you're doing if you're new, and hit the bell. I really need y'all support. So if you like the content that GC and I is giving tonight, make sure you support by liking, subscribing, and sharing. Thank you very much. All right, now while I'm waiting for GC. Yeah, exactly, Swag. GC's phone is definitely blowing up. So he probably got something important to do. But yeah, this lady is a complete lunatic. She been talking in circles for the whole show. Every question Kendra asked her, she went back to talking about black men. So I honestly think that this was a bashing session more than her looking for love. She just had to get all that out. And honestly, when she do date other races of men, I think that all she does is bash black men to the race that she's dating. Like, she reminds me of one of those swirlers and divestors who only deal with other races of men because she feels like black men are dating other races of women. So I feel like it's kind of a tit for tat situation with this lady. And like she said, my father is dating a white woman. She obviously got like bad feelings inside because of that. Her father's dating a white woman. She know a lot of black men in her town that's dating white women. He said there's a lot of college black students dating white women. So it just sounds like a problem that she has with black men dating out. And that's pretty much what I'm taking from the whole situation. I don't really know GC's take on that. I mean, I think he does agree with me in a way, but I think it's strictly out of pure hate and jealousy for white women and other races of women. That's why she's willing to swirl, but deep down inside, she knows that black men are the only men that probably want her. Even though there's some other races of men who might date her, but she knows that that vibe is not going to be as strong as dating a black man. So that is my opinion on the whole situation. She's mentally confused. She already admitted that she's seeing a therapist. Like it, this lady needs medication. That's what she needs. She don't need a man. She needs medication. So exactly, adult supervision. She does have a problem with her options being taken by other races of women. It's like she's like, oh, less men for me. The more you guys take all the men. Becky is taking all the men. Ling Ling is taking all the men. Maria is taking all the men. And it's just
Yeah.
leaving me with no options.
I think she also is overlooking that, it's people in their 20s.
Hmm.
Like, and she said herself that, the 20s is for dating around, which I don't know where she picked that up from, but if she would see a young interracial couple in their 20s,
Hmm.
then it's like, oh no, this isn't, for, it's like the reason that they established their relationship is because they took dating seriously at a younger age.
Hmm.
But she wasn't taking it seriously. It seems like she even got into her marriage with the intention on divorcing because she's supposed to be dating in her 20s. So she's doing a lot of things wrong, and she's not seeing that. She's just seeing that, okay, this is what the men are doing wrong.
Exactly. She's not blaming herself. She's not taking accountability.
Hmm.
But we only have a little left. I just want to see what happens at the end.
Okay.
Fair use.
Have it. All right, Taylor. Let's do it. How can the guy reach
On
out
my
to you?
Instagram, it's Black Barbie _TN. Yeah, because
Ah,
I'm black. I'm black, Kendra.
Barbie.
Come on now.
Black Barbie.
Kendra cracking up.
You know
Yes, black.
Black I'm teasing you. I'm
Black
teasing
Barbie.
you.
She's
I'm
hilarious.
teasing you. Okay, girlfriend.
It's Black Barbie _TN.
Black Barbie _TN.
Wait a minute. Pause
All
it.
right, sweetheart. Listen, you know you're going to.
Pause it. She got a bunch of bras hanging on her door.
Whoa! So it's all in bras and she ain't wearing not one of them?
Why are they hanging on her door?
She probably one of them women who be washing her underclothes by hand and hanging them up.
Oh, so it's laundry day, but it still look like she don't wear them.
Yes, laundry day, but she could at least had one to wear before she got on Kendra's show with thousands of people watching.
Yeah.
You know. But yeah, she does have bras. That's a good call because I wasn't even paying attention.
Yeah, I don't know how good I feel about that, but okay. All right, bye.
Bye, baby girl.
All right. So I guess we can give our final thoughts because we are at the 4 hour mark.
I'm just stuck on everything that just happened with the bras. I'm be honest, like I don't know what to make of that. Because in addition to, like somebody said, like you hang them to dry outside, not inside, which is yeah, which is weird.
Mm-hmm.
It's weirder, if there is such a word,
Weirder.
that they're all the same color.
Mm-hmm.
Like she's like, you know something? I'm gonna make sure all my bras are gray.
Mm-hmm.
And that combined with the sagging titties and this chick, this chick,
Oh my god.
everything is just weird.
They didn't even look gray. They looked white but dirty. It's like she wore them so many times that they look gray,
Gray.
but they're white. That's what it looks like.
It turned gray like hair with time.
Yes. So crazy.
Oh crap.
But what are your final thoughts?
Hey, like we interviewed two crazies, and I mean we talked about them, and yeah, that happened.
That
That
happened.
happened. Yeah.
That craziness happened. I can't believe it. Um, one of them was a Pookie and Ray Ray lover, and the other was a black man basher. It was crazy to me, but I did have a good time doing a show with you. I really appreciate it.
Yeah,
You know,
I appreciate that. I know I spent more time on it than I should, but or than I said I would, but I enjoyed it.
yeah, I really did. Um, it's a classic. Me and you doing our reviews. You know, that's what we do.
Mm-hmm.
We've been doing it from day one, so I love what we do. So hopefully we do it more often.
Okay. Yeah, most definitely.
So yeah, you want to close it out?
No, I just thank everybody for coming. Greatly appreciate it.
Thank you everybody for coming. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for the cash apps and super chats. Check out. Are you going live tomorrow?
No, no, I'm not.
All right. I know Swag is going live tomorrow. I don't know what time. No, not tomorrow. I'm sorry. He's going live Saturday. It's a really good one. I'm not gonna say anything because it's a surprise. But make sure you guys check that out. Game changer. Movie night, right? Is this Thursday or is it next Thursday?
Next one.
Next Thursday, okay. Make sure you guys subscribe to movie night. You can drop the link, GC, in a chat for movie night.
Yeah,
Um,
it's a Zoom link, but yeah, I'll put it out there.
hmm and yeah, that's about it. I had a good time, and I appreciate all you guys for coming. That's it.
Appreciate you.
hmm And GC, after you drop that link, you want to close it out?
No, I mean you closed it, but thank everybody for coming. Greatly appreciate you, and um, look forward to checkmate.
Yeah, definitely. Check me. Peace.
Peace.